What is the real game plan of Vladimir Putin, who's ensuring military wins for Russia, and the reason why there are no true talks taking place? Next, we also decode what's happening in Haiti. Lakhs and lakhs of people have been displaced. It's now completely gangs that are running the place. It's called the most unsafe place on earth. Why is that, we tell you. But first up, the first story that we are taking up on the show, which is Russia and the Russian advances. Fastest advance since 2023. What has changed? Well, 470 square kilometers seized in 30 days. We tell you more, but first up, let's get you that story. Viewers, this is Russia's fastest advance since 2023. We tell you what really has changed. What are these military wins that Russia is actually ensuring? 470 square kilometers seized in 30 days. Ukraine is now under tremendous pressure. Putin's drone storm that has really upset and tilted the entire equation here. 728 strikes in just 48 hours. From Donetsk to Sumy, a multi-front push unfolds in Ukraine, and its power grids have crippled. Civilians have been targeted. Aid is stretched. Moscow's war of attrition gains traction. Is this just a prelude to a bigger Russian offensive that's coming in? Remains to be seen.
Треба діяти, щоб примушувати Росію до миру. Так, Москва хоче воювати і далі. Але все питання у потенціалі. Все питання в ресурсах на війну, в грошах. Саме тому санкції корисні.
That was Ukrainian president, but let's tell you what really has happened. In fact, in July 2025, Russia made its most significant territorial gains in over a year, pushing through key fronts, whether it's Donetsk, whether it's Sumy, whether it's Zaporizhzhia, or several others. With drone saturation, manpower shifts, targeted assaults, Moscow is now changing the battlefield geometry. We break down Russia's July campaign and what Ukraine's options really are as Western deadline close in. Here's what Moscow achieved in 30 days and what it signals for months ahead.
In July 2025, Russian forces made their most significant territorial gains in over 1 year, pushing forward along multiple axes and consolidating control in eastern and northern Ukraine. Advances were recorded across Donetsk and Zaporizhzhia, while in the north, Russian troops moved within striking distance of Sumy, signaling a possible new front aimed at stretching Ukrainian defenses. But this offensive wasn't limited to movement on the ground. A sustained wave of missile and drone attacks, 728 in just 2 days, targeted infrastructure and civilians alike, crippling hospitals and power grids. In total, Russia seized nearly 470 square kilometers, an area roughly the size of Andorra, while increasing pressure on frontline cities and supply routes. The Kremlin has shifted towards a model of steady, sustained attrition. Small unit raids, saturation strikes, and deepening control over occupied territories through enforced Russification and militarized youth programs. With Western aid tapering and diplomatic pressures building, Moscow appears to be positioning itself for a long war. One fought as much through political maneuverings as through artillery shells. Russia's July campaign was methodical, deliberate, and strategically costly for Ukraine. And it may only be a prelude to what's coming next.
Let's tell you the key flashpoints that have really taken place. Now, this story is quite simple, viewers. Russia has seen major military gains in July, what it hasn't seen in over a year. And that is the reason why Trump is getting increasingly frustrated, because he doesn't know which way this war is headed. But Putin seems to know where it is headed. Let's get you those flashpoints right here. First and foremost, the Sumy front line that is there, where Russia is testing the northern defenses near the border. That's the first flashpoint. Secondly is the Pokrovsk push, where key Ukrainian supply hub is under threat. So this is an expansive military assault by Russia on Ukraine, and we're putting out some of those important flashpoints for you. Next up is the Zaporizhzhia strikes, where drones and missiles are targeting the civil order. Next is another escalation, which is deep in strikes that are aimed to paralyze the logistics and the logistical hub of Ukraine. Lastly, the occupation drive. What is this? Well, this is schools, laws, language accelerate, all of it accelerating towards Russification. Why is that important? It's important towards the Donetsk region, the others that are bordering Russia, and ahead of that, it's moving inside as well. And that is extremely important as Russia looks to ensure that the populations also tilt towards Moscow. Let's get you an important voice joining us on the broadcast to talk more on this. Professor Scott Lucas joins us to talk about this. Now, Professor Scott, there are two aspects to why what is happening right now in Russia is so important. One is the fact that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin talked about having some sort of a breakthrough. But why would Putin agree to a breakthrough? Because he's getting these big military wins and strategic gains that we are telling our viewers right now on the show. With these kind of military gains under his belt, is Vladimir Putin likely to have come to the negotiating table anytime soon?
Well, Vladimir Putin is not going to come to the negotiating table to compromise, but that is not because there are significant advances in the east, in the Donetsk region. I hate to push back on your headline, but in fact, the Russian gains have been very gradual. You referred to taking about an area of 20 by 20 square kilometers throughout the entire month of July. The Russians actually took more territory in the month of May. But in the broader perspective, even in the Donetsk region, the Russians, after more than a year, have still not been able to capture the town of Pokrovsk. In other words, they've taken some villages in Donetsk, but this key town that they've tried to take, they've almost razed it to the ground. They sent in a sabotage unit last week, but they haven't been able to overwhelm it yet. Now, they may take that town, but this is still a very gradual and a very costly advance for Russia.
Of course.
Meanwhile, you mentioned this. You mentioned the Sumy region in the northeast. Russia has lost territory in Sumy in the past week.
Yeah.
They tried to expand that zone along the border, but they're being pushed back.
Yeah.
In fact, part of the reason why we see these airstrikes intensifying, including airstrikes on Kyiv today that have killed 6 people, including a child, injured 52, is because Putin is not making a rapid advance on the ground. So he's trying to break Ukraine's civilians from the air.
No, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But Professor Lucas, here's what I want to know, which is that there is a certain clear shift in terms of the military strategic view that Russia has about how it wants to now move ahead in the next phase of the Ukraine war. And we are seeing that, right, in terms of a blitzkrieg on the drones aspect and several other areas. How do you see this now going from here, the next phase of this war?
Russia's racing against time. Because remember, this is a multi-front war, and there are a couple of things that are worrying the Kremlin. The first is that Ukraine is hitting back. So beyond the front lines, you've got Ukraine with almost daily attacks on Russian military installations, on oil refineries, on their supply chains, on the factories that make the electronic components for the drones. And if Ukraine gets more long-range weapons, which is possible, especially if Donald Trump gets frustrated, that could extend. Secondly, Russia's got economic issues. Now, I'm not talking about an economic collapse. That's been overblown. But Russia has got an increasing inflation rate. And at the same time, they are having a loss of military resources. They're back to a supply of military resources that was before February 2022 to the front line. So how do they keep funding the war? In other words, Putin is intensifying because he has this window, maybe 6 months, maybe a year, to try to win this. But to come back to your fundamental, he's not going to negotiate seriously. The demands
so that
by
6 months
Russia.
window that he has, what is the kind of military wins he's hoping for?
He's trying to take all of the Donetsk region in the east because he wants to, quote, annex it. He wants to try to get into some of the area in the south that Ukraine controls, such as the Kherson region, Zaporizhzhia, because he wants to annex it. In other words, he wants to annex. He's always demanded this 4 Ukrainian regions in the east and in the south, plus Crimea, about 20% of the country, but Ukraine still holds part of those regions.
Okay.
So he doesn't have the leverage to demand this. His problem, because he's trying to break Ukraine's civilian will with these massive attacks, he's frustrating Donald Trump, who wants the Nobel Peace Prize. So at some point, Putin has to decide, will he compromise to keep Trump on board, or does he keep pushing, pushing, and pushing with the attacks from the ground and the air?
All right, I'm going to leave it there. Professor Scott Lucas joining me live on the show to talk about, well, what could be Putin's game plan. Very few have been able to really decode that successfully, more so since actually it's been over 3 years since the war has been going on. But viewers, there's been a shift that has taken place, and that's the reason why negotiations between the US and Russia have all but failed. There was this sense when Donald Trump came to power that there is an opportunity and a window to end this. He's been saying that he needs just 24 hours, and he got those breakthrough moments, but those don't exist anymore. And the reason for that is that the multiple fronts on which Russia is advancing, 470 square kilometers, is a clear signal that Kremlin wants more military gains under its belt. It's not backing down, it's pivoting towards attrition warfare, towards grinding dominance with troops, tanks and drones and missiles and psychological pressure. 728 drones and missile strikes in just 2 days, crippling infrastructure, slamming hospitals, plunging cities into darkness, and behind the front line, a very aggressive and a clear campaign that's coming in from Russia. Now, what does Russia face now? It's a stretched defense, shrinking, and a Kremlin that's betting on time, politics, and exhaustion. It's a strategic recalibration by Putin, which in all likelihood is designed to outlast, outmaneuver, and outwait. Russia knows it can hang on, but it's also clear that Ukraine is not in a position to hang on anymore. And as the West and others, and in fact, as the West dithers and deadline approaches, the question isn't just where Russia is advancing. The real question is what's coming next. Because if July was the opening move, the end game could probably be in motion. All right, viewers, on that note, a quick break. We return on the other side, talk more about Haiti and why it is the most dangerous place on earth. Stay with us.
Now that retirement's here, it's time for me to focus on the things that really matter in life, like making sure my family can manage funeral costs when I'm no longer around. Which reminds me,
Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance.
hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
No problem. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee. With 100% of claims having been paid, we guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK. UK residents aged 50 to 80 are guaranteed to be accepted. Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000.
That money could help cover my funeral costs or be a gift for my grandson. I'll do it.
Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our UK team on 0800 881 5090 or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
I'm so grateful. Without your help, we couldn't have got through the past year. So it's important to say a proper thank you. It happened so fast. We thought he had a bug, but it was meningitis. He was critically ill, fading fast, and we faced a daunting 3-hour journey to reach specialist help. But your critical care children's ambulance got him there safely. His mum and dad stayed with him every day, and your accommodation kept them together. You helped them through the worst of times. It's a miracle But he survived, thanks to our amazing NHS and life-saving support from NHS charities. And that's why I'm writing a forever thank you into my will.
Search Forever Thank You to find out how to write a gift into your will to an NHS charity to help them support the NHS to do more for patients, staff and communities for years to come.
As a dad, I know life's unpredictable. It's all fun and games until it's not.
You okay?
I want my kids to always be looked after. That's why I'm not putting things off anymore and protecting the life we've built by calling Smart Insurance.
Hi, how can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
OK, you can choose a benefit amount up to £750,000 depending on your age.
Brilliant.
If you're a UK resident aged 18 to 64, you can apply with just a few health and lifestyle questions. For £250,000 of cover, the price starts at just £14.77 a month.
That's less than I thought, and could help my wife pay off the mortgage.
With our Smart Family Guarantee, you'll have peace of mind.
That's good to know.
You'll also receive a 100% advance in the event of terminal illness and 10% cashback on your first year's premiums. That's the Smart Cashback. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Protect the life you've built the smart way. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our specialist UK team on 0800 977 6797 or visit smartinsurance.co.uk.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
Haiti is being held hostage. As we speak at this very moment, the capital city of Port-au-Prince isn't run by the government. It's controlled by gangs. They patrol the cities, they run neighborhoods, and they decide who lives, who dies, and who gets to move. More than 90% of the city is now under gang control. The police are overwhelmed. The army is missing in action, and the government, well, it's been silent. Hospitals are either barricaded or abandoned, and schools are shut down. Over 1.3 million people, viewers, have been completely now displaced. More than 1 in 10 Haitians is actually now may have fled their homes, often with nowhere to go. In today's Haiti, laws are dictated at gunpoint. It's a handover from the state to the streets, from ballots to bullets. We unpack all this for you, and we tell you why is it that Haiti is now one of the most dangerous places on earth. But before we go any forward, let's quickly now play out this soundbite of the president of the Presidential Transitional Council for you.
Appui que l'on a différents pays, que ce soit le Brésil, que ce soit le pays de Donetsk, que ce soit la Colombie, c'est de permettre que nous arrivions à gagner des forces à même pour relever des défis et sécuritaires.
All right, now let's tell you who really rules Haiti now. As I said, if it's the most dangerous place on earth, what's really happening there? How dangerous is that place really is? 90% of the capital city is under gang control. So that answers the question how dangerous it is for you. Secondly, 1.3 million Haitians have actually fled their homes. This is the kind of large-scale displacement that has actually taken place because of years and years of conflict that's happened. Next, 15,000 people have been uprooted in just 1 week. You don't have even a single voice talking about Haiti, which is why we on Fault Lines are talking about this, because these numbers should be waking up the conscience of every global leader. It won't, which is why Fault Lines is the one decoding that for you. Next up, 4,000 have been killed in the last 6 months of violence. Look at these numbers. We're talking about everything in thousands, the number of people, the humans who are being impacted here. 700 plus schools have been shut. Kids now face gunfire. Read that again, viewers. Kids now face gunfire. That is what is happening in Haiti and answers the question as to just how dangerous this place is in the world. 5.7 million people are going hungry as aid routes have collapsed. Again, nobody talking about what happens to aid when it comes to Haiti, right? There's only one narrative that continues. If it doesn't peddle that narrative, nobody wants to address. Look at the numbers here. 5.7 million people do not have access to food, do not have access to aid. Schools have been shut. Children are now facing fire. Not a single word coming out from around the world. Lastly, let's put that out for you. Cancer patients stranded behind gang lines. And lastly, what is the number in terms of police to people? 6:1. What are the odds of this place actually now becoming any better than what it is? Absolutely nothing. Well, with the chaos tightening its grip, Haiti's government has looked outward. 700 soldiers sent to Mexico, Kenyan police on the ground, American dollars behind them. But is this rescue or a rerun of history? Because the world has intervened before and it didn't end well. This report tells you.
Desperate governments make desperate decisions. Haiti's military is barely functional, its police exhausted and under-equipped. So now 700 Haitian troops are being trained in Mexico. It's a bold move with a desperate aim to restore security at home by rebuilding muscle abroad. Meanwhile, 1,000 Kenyan police officers have landed in Haiti, backed by US funding. It's a UN-approved mission with a familiar goal: stabilize the country, disarm the gangs, and restore the state. But Haiti has danced this tune before. In 1994, the US launched Operation Uphold Democracy, flying in troops to restore a President Aristide, who ironically had once been undermined by the same foreign powers. That mission avoided combat, but not compromise. Haitians cheered the fall of the junta, but watched in disbelief as coup leaders walked free. Today's mission feels like déjà vu in a darker mirror. Gangs are now more organized, more brutal, and more entrenched. They're not hiding in shadows, they're governing, setting up tolls, running courts, and dictating curfews. And yet, while Haitian soldiers train 2,000 miles away, gangs keep expanding into the country's agricultural heartland. The UN says 15,000 were displaced just in 1 week alone. Add to that a new wrinkle: reports of US private military contractors linked to notorious Blackwater founder Eric Prince, operating in the country, mercenaries in a nation on fire. Haiti's survival may depend on outside help, but sovereignty cannot be rented. And history shows when the world swoops in to save Haiti, it often leaves it broken once again.
Viewers, foreign booths, gang bullets, empty promises. Haiti has seen this before. But how did it all unravel? What must change to stop this cycle from repeating again? Haiti didn't collapse overnight. It wasn't one bad leader or one violent gang that broke the country. This is what happens when decades of broken promises, foreign interference, and political corruption all come down at the same time. It's a nation where democracy was born in hope and slowly bled out in silence. In 1990, Haitians elected their first real president. 1 year later, he was overthrown. And since then, Haiti has seen coups, crises, peacekeepers, politics, but never real peace. Every time the world steps in, it pledges to rebuild, and every time it leaves behind half-built institutions, delusioned citizens, and power vacuums that gangs are too ready to fill. Today, those gangs are no longer in the shadows. They run cities, they run roads, they run lives, they attack citizens, they fight each other, and they fill the space where the state has just vanished. Millions of people now live in fear, not because of a foreign army, but because there is no functioning state to protect them. Parents can't send their kids to school. Doctors can't reach patients. Farmers can't move food. And every week, thousands more join the growing list of displaced international people. International help has poured in for decades, over 13 billion since the 2010 earthquake alone. But ask the average Haitian where that money went, and you won't hear about new hospitals or safe roads. You will hear silence. Even now, while US funding backs a multinational security mission and Haitian soldiers train in Mexico, private mercenaries allegedly operate on the ground. It's a patchwork of responses to a crisis that needs a plan, not just presence. So what's next? The truth is, you can't fix a country with drones, dollars, or diplomacy alone. Haiti doesn't just need security, it needs sovereignty. It doesn't just need elections, it needs legitimacy. Until the Haitian people, not gangs, not foreign powers, until the average Haitians are the ones writing the rules, there can be no recovery. And viewers, on that note, we come to an end of another episode of Fault Lines. Thanks so much for watching. Next week we come back again, exposing and decoding more conflicts and more fault lines for you. Till then, thank you.
Now that retirement is here, it's time for me to focus on the things that really matter in life. The first thing on my list, making sure my loved ones can afford things like funeral costs when I'm no longer around. That's why I'm looking into over 50s life insurance from British Seniors.
Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000, and the cover is in place for your whole life.
Sounds great.
We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee. With 100% of claims having been paid, we guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK.
Wow, that's great to hear.
It couldn't be easier to apply. UK residents aged 50 to 80 are guaranteed to be accepted, and you can arrange everything in a matter of minutes. There are no medicals or blood tests. Prices start from just £4.52 a month for £1,000 of cover.
That's less than I thought. That money could help cover my funeral costs or be a gift for my grandson. I'll do it.
As the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance, we're proud to protect thousands of families across the UK. We're rated excellent by Trustpilot and also rated platinum by FIFO. Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our UK team on 0800 977 6391 or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
Dealing with my lot means making smart choices and trying to find the time to plan ahead. And with our family growing, I want to protect the life we've built.
Welcome to Smart Insurance. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
You can choose a benefit amount up to £750,000 depending on your age, and you can personalise your policy with optional critical illness and children's cover.
Brilliant.
If you're a UK resident aged 18 to 64, you can apply with just a few health and lifestyle questions. For £250,000 of cover, the price starts at just £14.77 a month.
That's less than I thought, and could help my husband pay off the mortgage.
Just like families, not all life insurance is the same. That's why we offer the Smart Family Guarantee. We guarantee a straightforward application process, award-winning service you can trust, and cover from day one. And it's easy to arrange. You can get covered in just a matter of minutes.
That's good to know.
For even greater peace of mind, you'll also receive a 100% advance in the event of terminal illness and 10% cash back on your first year's premiums. That's the Smart Cashback.
Sounds great. I'll go ahead.
Our Smart Family Life Insurance is exclusive to us, and when you sign up, you'll get access to free health and wellbeing services. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Looks like my lot have learned to plan ahead too.
Protect the life you've built the smart way. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our specialist UK team on 0800 977 6858 or visit smartinsurance.co.uk.
A government which should have some kind of spine speak against the attack on India, the way Mr. Trump has attacked continuously against the administration. Mr. Piyush Goyal's statement is again shown that it's a failed government.
All right, Congress Party clearly saying that it's disappointed with the centre's response on Trump imposing 25% tariffs on India, and it was expecting much more from the union minister there. Well, we'll keep an eye on the developments here on this big story and get you more. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Because your kid's wizard obsession doesn't work on broken boilers, there's short-term loans from £50 to £1,500 from lendingstream.co.uk.
Wouldn't life be so much easier if you could control your blinds at the touch of a button? With Ultra Smart Blinds from Appeal, there's no chains, cords or wiring because these stylish blinds are driven by a rechargeable power pack. New Ultra Smart Blinds from Appeal, the intelligent solution for home shading.
Hiya. Americano, please. Your house blend. Splash of oat milk.
Are you going to do this every time?
Nescafe Azera Americano.
So you're paying contactless, or...?
Irresistibly smooth barista-style coffee at home.
Family life. It's made of ups and downs, and those little moments. But should the unthinkable happen to you? Life insurance from Legal & General can help look after monthly bills, the roof over their heads, childcare costs, and most importantly, your family. Because no one protects more families in the UK than us. Premiums start from £5 a month and they never rise. Plus there's a £100 gift card after you apply. Legal & General. Ensure life goes on.
Cheerios. A breakfast that's high in fibre. From oats, wheat and barley. That's a little win. Cheerios. Little O's make little wins.
Someone's happy. Get that lucky cow feeling with luckycowbingo.com/bingo. The site that's bursting with beautiful bingo games. 75 ball bingo. Even 90 ball bingo. Fill your bingo boots today. Get that lucky cow feeling at luckycowbingo.com/bingo or download the Lucky Cow Android app from the Play Store.
Because your kid's wizard obsession doesn't work on broken boilers, there's short-term loans from £50 to £1,500 from lendingstream.co.uk.
Treat yourself to fast and reliable broadband with PlusNet. With a sweet deal on full fibre 145 for only $25.99 a month. That's plenty of speed for your home. Oh, mint. And no activation fees. That's a plus. A really sweet one. Call us now or visit plus.net for our best price. Offer ends 2nd of July. Oh, go on then.
Visit bingoaliens.com/bingo for a cosmic range of bingo games, taking bingo to another dimension at bingoaliens.com/bingo.
Get 3's unlimited same value plan with EU roaming included. And roam like you're at home in the EU from just £24 a month. Don't miss out. Go unlimited today. Buy now in store or at 3.co.uk today.
Mr. Chairman, sir, the implications of the recent development are being examined by the government. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry is engaged with all stakeholders, including exporters and industry, for taking feedback of their assessment of the situation. The government attaches the utmost importance to protecting and promoting the welfare of our farmers, workers, entrepreneurs, exporters, MSMEs, and all sections of industry. We will take all necessary steps to secure and advance our national interest. Mr. Chairman, sir, in just over a decade, India has rapidly transformed from being one of the fragile five to the fastest growing major economy in the world. We have risen from the 11th largest economy to one of the top 5 economies, driven by our reforms, hard work of our farmers, MSMEs and entrepreneurs. It is also widely expected that we will become
the third largest economy in a few years. Today, international institutions and economists see India as the bright spot in the global economy. India is contributing to almost 16% of global growth. Mr. Chairman, sir, in the last decade, the government has taken transformative measures to promote India as the manufacturing hub of the world, driven by the Make in India initiative. India's young, skilled, and talented workforce is driving innovation and competitiveness of Indian industry. Our exports have steadily increased during the last 11 years. In an increasingly protectionist world, India has done mutually beneficial trade agreements with UAE, UK, Australia, and EFTA countries. We are also committed to similar trade agreements with other countries. We are consistently working for the welfare of the farmers and Indian agriculture to promote prosperity and ensure food security.
Dola ji, I warn you. Please come up. Please. Dola ji, please. Please. Dola ji, bahar wahan se. Dola ji, don't disturb. Please. Don't disturb. Please.
The government is confident that we will continue our fast-paced journey of inclusive growth and sustainable development towards the goal of Viksit Bharat 2047. Chairman sir, आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर भारत आत्मविश्वास के साथ बढ़ रहा है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अंग्रेजी में भी हिंदी में पढ़ना चाहिए। अंग्रेजी में भी पढ़ना चाहिए। अंग्रेजी पढ़ लिया। अंग्रेजी हिंदी में भी पढ़ना चाहिए। मैं पीछे से पढ़ लूँगा। आप जहाँ से पढ़ना हो। मैं सदन को 30 जुलाई 2025 को अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति द्वारा 1 अगस्त 2025 से द्विपक्षीय व्यापार पर लागू होने वाले टैरिफ के विषय पर दिए गए वक्तव्य के बारे में अवगत कराना चाहता हूं। 2 अप्रैल 2025 को अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति ने रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ पर एक एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर जारी किया था, जिसके तहत अपने व्यापारिक साझेदारों से आयात पर 10% से 50% तक एडिशनल ड्यूटी लगाने की बात कही गई थी। 10% की बेसलाइन ड्यूटी 5 अप्रैल 2025 से लागू हो गई थी। भारत पर एडिशनल ड्यूटी 10% के बेसलाइन टैरिफ सहित कुल 26% की घोषणा की गई थी। मूल रूप से फुल कंट्री स्पेसिफिक एडिशनल टैरिफ 9 अप्रैल 2025 से प्रभावी होने वाला था, लेकिन इसे शुरू में 10 अप्रैल 2025 को 90 दिन के लिए स्थगित कर दिया गया और बाद में 1 अगस्त 2025 तक और बढ़ा दिया गया। सभापति महोदय, भारत और अमेरिका ने मार्च 2025 में एक न्यायपूर्ण, संतुलित और पारस्परिक रूप से लाभकारी द्विपक्षीय व्यापार समझौते BTA के लिए बातचीत शुरू की, जिसका लक्ष्य 2025 के फॉल यानी अक्टूबर-नवंबर 2025 तक समझौते के पहले चरण को पूरा करना था। दोनों पक्षों ने 29 मार्च 2025 को नई दिल्ली में आयोजित पहली फिजिकल मीटिंग की चर्चा के दौरान द्विपक्षीय व्यापार समझौते की बातचीत शुरू करने के लिए विस्तृत टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस TOR को अंतिम रूप दिया। इसके बाद दोनों पक्षों के बीच नई दिल्ली और वॉशिंगटन डीसी में 4 दौर में फिजिकल मीटिंग्स हुई है ताकि निर्धारित टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस के अनुसार द्विपक्षीय व्यापार समझौते के अंतिम रूप के लिए काम किया जा सके। इसके अलावा दोनों पक्षों के बीच कई वर्चुअल बैठकें भी हुई है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, सरकार हालिया घटनाक्रम से होने वाले प्रभावों का परीक्षण कर रही है। वाणिज्य एवं उद्योग मंत्रालय निर्यातकों और उद्योग सहित सभी हितधारकों से संवाद कर इस विषय पर उनके आकलन की जानकारी ले रहा है। सरकार हमारे किसानों, श्रमिकों, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, उद्यमी, निर्यातकों, सूक्ष्म, लघु एवं मध्यम उद्योगों और उद्योग जगत के सभी हितधारकों के कल्याण की रक्षा और संवर्धन को सर्वोच्च महत्व देती है। हम अपने राष्ट्रीय हितों को सुरक्षित करने और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सभी आवश्यक कदम उठाएंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मात्र 1 दशक से भी कम समय में भारत फ्रैजाइल 5 अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से निकलकर दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती प्रमुख अर्थव्यवस्था बन गया है। हम अपने रिफॉर्म्स और अपने किसानों, एमएसएमई और उद्यमियों की कड़ी मेहनत के बल पर 11वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था से शीर्ष 5 अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से एक बन गए हैं। यह भी अपेक्षित है कि हम कुछ ही वर्षों में तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाए। आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाएं और अर्थशास्त्री भारत को वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था में एक ब्राइट स्पॉट के रूप में देखते हैं। भारत वैश्विक विकास में लगभग 16% का योगदान दे रहा है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, पिछले दशक में सरकार ने भारत को विश्व के विनिर्माण केंद्र के रूप में बढ़ावा देने के लिए मेक इन इंडिया के अंतर्गत परिवर्तनकारी कदम उठाए हैं। भारत की युवा कुशल और प्रतिभाशाली वर्कफोर्स भारतीय उद्योग की इनोवेशन और प्रतिस्पर्धा की क्षमता को निरंतर मजबूत कर रही है। पिछले 11 वर्षों के दौरान हमारे निर्यात में भी लगातार वृद्धि हुई है। तेजी से संरक्षणवादी होती दुनिया में भारत ने संयुक्त अरब अमीरात, यूएई, यूके, ऑस्ट्रेलिया और एफ्टा यानी 4 देशों का समूह स्विट्जरलैंड, नॉर्वे, लिechtenstein और आइसलैंड देशों के साथ पारस्परिक रूप से लाभकारी व्यापार समझौते किए। हम अन्य देशों के साथ भी इसी तरह के व्यापार समझौते करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। हम किसानों और भारतीय कृषि के कल्याण के लिए निरंतर कार्य कर रहे हैं, जिससे खाद्य सुरक्षा और समृद्धि सुनिश्चित की जा सके। सरकार को विश्वास है कि हम विकसित भारत 2047 के लक्ष्य की ओर समावेशी और सतत विकास की अपनी तेज गति वाली यात्रा जारी रखेंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर भारत आत्मविश्वास के साथ बढ़ रहा है।
Honorable members, please, I draw your attention to Rule 251 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Council of State, which permits a minister to make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance.
Vista Health means fast access to scans. Vista Health means rapid results. Vista Health means convenient locations. Vista Health means affordable pricing. At Vista Health, we know what your health means to you. And that's why we provide fast access to MRI, ultrasound, echocardiogram and other health scans, without the need for a referral or medical insurance. Get the answers you need. Book your scan today at vistahealth.co.uk.
Epic deals now on at Currys. Save £450 on the Lenovo Yoga Slim 7 2-in-1 laptop powered by an Intel Core Ultra 7 processor with an OLED touchscreen and 360-degree design. Save up to £50 on these higher A-rated washing machines from $379. Plus, get free recycling. And get a free soundbar, usually up to $999 when you buy an LG OLED C or G Series TV. At Currys.
I started the brand from my love of the sea and cold water surfing. Shopify allowed us to do what we do really well without worrying about the website. I never imagined that Finisterre would be the size it is or have the impact it's had. We're Finisterre and we're powered by Shopify.
Don't put yourself through this! You should be enjoying 2-for-1 cinema tickets every Tuesday or Wednesday with Compare the Market. Simples.
Life is complicated. Hastings Direct Car Insurance is simple. You've got a lot going on. A lot. Trying to save could really grind your gears. So come on, let's get a great deal off the ground! Nice driving. Hastings Direct is simple. Great cover, great price, and a great app makes us one of the UK's top choices when comparing car insurance online. Hastings Direct. Simplicity is the best policy.
Some people think life slows down in your 50s, but I'm just getting started. And I don't want my lot to have to worry about funeral costs. Let them spend their money on nicer things. So I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. They're the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. Unlike other insurers who could make you wait up to 2 years, with Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one. And you're covered for the whole of your life. Unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Go online or talk to their friendly UK team in just one phone call. Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. And no annoying trips to the doctors either.
Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Now I'm with Cover Today, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free life insurance quote, call our friendly UK team on 0800 470 4474 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
When facts are fragmented, we put the pieces together. Where power collides with truth, we are there.
Behind me is that massive security arrangements that are in place.
Behind fractured boundaries, we clear the fog of war. Fault Lines with Gauri Dwivedi, only on NDTV World.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Discover the finest quality made-to-measure blinds, shutters and curtains at Blinds Direct. A huge selection of beautiful window dressings to suit every room. Handmade here in the UK with a 5-year guarantee for your peace of mind. Order your free samples today and choose your perfect design. Exclusively online, delivered direct to your door. Shop now for an extra 20% off and free delivery at blindsdirect.co.uk.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
When facts are fragmented, we put the pieces together.
Class 8 student married off to a 40-year-old in Telangana's Nandigama has come to light. Well, this place is just 1 hour from Hyderabad, and we are given to understand now the teacher had reported to the police, after which the mother, the groom and the priest who had also performed the wedding have been booked under the law to prevent child marriage.
Shocking case of a real-life Balika Vadhu. This is in Rangareddy district of Telangana, just about an hour's drive from Hyderabad. And this 13-year-old girl who was studying in 8th class was married off to a man identified as Srinivas Gaud, who is more than 40 years old. And this marriage happened in the month of May, 23rd of May. And the presence of the priest, the other people at the wedding, all of that has come to light. Though it happened about 2 months ago, the girl had reported it to her teacher, Sunita, who then alerted the Child Protection Services as well as the police, who then took action and booked cases under the Prevention of Child Marriage Act against not just the so-called groom and also the mediator, who was the house owner of the house in which the girl was living, his wife and also the mother of the minor girl. 3 things here. While child marriages may seem to have come down, what we do understand is that just in the last year, about 60 such child marriages were prevented. This year, about 37 already were stopped by the Child Protection Services authorities. And what the Protection Services people are telling me is that many of these cases are not just driven by poverty, but also because the parents seem to fear some kind of an elopement and therefore want to marry off their daughters young. In this case, whether there was sexual relations or not may change the nature of the case, because then a case under POCSO would be booked against the husband as well. But we do understand that she had cohabitated with the husband for about 2 months before she returned home.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the story and get you more as more developments come in. Meanwhile, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned. Lieutenant
Get that lucky cow feeling with luckycowbingo.com/bingo, the site that's bursting with beautiful bingo games. That's luckycowbingo.com/bingo.
This is an urgent appeal from the charity WaterAid. Every day, children like Karim have to walk miles to collect water like this. But they have no choice. Every day, babies have to drink water that is teeming with insects and bacteria, but they have no choice. Today, more than 1,000 children will die from poor sanitation, hygiene, and dirty water. They drink it because they have no choice. But you do. You can choose to give children like Karim clean water by texting or calling WaterAid now to give just £2 a month. Your £2 a month will help communities install pipes and taps that could bring children clean water for life. We've already brought clean water to nearly 30 million people, but it's simply not enough. So please, text the word water to 88008 or call 0800 088 7733. Thank you.
With Post Office Over 50s life cover, enjoy peace of mind knowing your family will receive a guaranteed payout when you're gone. UK resident 50 to 80, your guaranteed acceptance. No health checks and from just £1.15 a week. Plus free 24/7 GP access with the health and wellbeing benefit. Purchase and receive a £125 gift card for amazon.co.uk, Tesco or M&S. Call Post Office on 0800 171 2211.
I think that there's something that's always there that I just need to uncover. Like, I know I'm gonna get there, but I have to be patient with myself. That's probably the scary part for me. And it's okay, like, if you completely pivot and change. You know, you have to be comfortable with that.
Get Three's unlimited same value plan with EU roaming included. And roam like you're at home in the EU from just £24 a month. Don't miss out. Go unlimited today. Buy now in store or at 3.co.uk today.
I think that there's something that's always there that I just need to uncover. Like, I know I'm gonna get there, but I have to be patient with myself. That's probably the scary part for me. And it's okay, like, if you completely pivot and change. You know, you have to be comfortable with that.
Someone's happy. Get that lucky cow feeling with luckycowbingo.com/bingo. The site that's bursting with beautiful bingo games. 75 ball bingo. Even 90 ball bingo. Fill your bingo boots today. Get that lucky cow feeling at luckycowbingo.com/bingo or download the Lucky Cow Android app from the Play Store.
I've been thinking, I want to plan my funeral so it feels more like a celebration. My parents always said I was born dancing. I just love it. Bhangra, disco, even line dancing. So when my time comes, I want to have music, dancing, the lot.
With over 150 years experience, you can count on Co-op Funeral Care to help you pre-plan the funeral you want. To find out more, visit Co-op Funeral Care or give us a call.
This poor creature is a lion trapped in a cold, bare cage, alone. Terribly malnourished, just skin and bone. How can anyone simply leave a lion to rot and die? Right now, there are thousands of big cats suffering the same torment, languishing in cruel cages, neglected, abandoned, left to die. Will you help Four Paws free big cats suffering around the world right now? Please call 0800 035 7798, text RESCUE to 70544 or go online and give just £3 a month. Help Four Paws cut the bars and rescue these cats from their prisons. Help us take them to our sanctuaries where they can begin to recover. You'll be setting big cats free from pain and protecting them from cruelty, letting them see the blue sky above and breathe the clean, fresh air of freedom for the first time. But they are the lucky ones. Please call 0800 035 7798, text RESCUE to 70544 to give £3 a month via your mobile phone. Because if no one cuts the bars and frees these big cats, they will die trapped and alone.
The Commerce Minister speaking in the Parliament on Trump's tariff shocker says that all steps are towards nation's interest. There was ruckus over Piyush Goyal's speech. Both houses have now been adjourned. The Congress attacks the BJP, says that Prime Minister Modi's minister is afraid of Donald Trump as there was no mention of Trump's name in his speech. Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's first reaction post the Malegaon verdict. The acquitted Purohit thanks his supporters. He says that he's thankful to the armed forces as well. Rahul Gandhi dodges questions on the Malegaon verdict. Instead, he says that Trump is the bigger issue. Maharashtra Chief Minister speaking on the verdict says that terror is never saffron. Asaduddin Owaisi has questioned the verdict, asking, will the government appeal swiftly in this case as well? Donald Trump's remarks of a dead economy sparks a Congress rift. Rahul's supports Donald Trump, while Shashi Tharoor of the Congress and Rajiv Shukla, his partymen, oppose him. BJP's Annamalai Najas says that Congress is divided over this entire issue. Starting this bulletin with Trump's fresh attack as far as the tariffs are concerned. After announcing a 25% tariff on Indian goods starting the 1st of August with an additional penalty for buying Russian oil, Donald Trump has once again criticized India's high tariffs on US goods and its deepening energy and defense ties with Russia, saying, and I quote, "I don't care what India does with Russia. They can take their dead economies down together. For all I care," unquote. Now, this move has sparked controversy with Congress leader Rahul Gandhi slamming the center, claiming that the BJP has destroyed the economy. Rahul Gandhi seems to agree with Donald Trump's assessment, saying that Trump has said the right thing. Meanwhile, the Commerce Minister, while speaking in the Lok Sabha, he was speaking on Trump tariffs. Mr. Piyush Goyal, he basically said that all steps taken are towards nation's interest, and this is Centre's first response, remember, on the tariffs. Meanwhile, the Commerce Minister also detailed India's next step, and this was during a live briefing that Mr. Piyush Goyal were making those remarks. In fact, Team Modi minister in the parliament says 25% tariff. Here's what India is in fact reading. In fact, listen in to what Piyush Goyal actually said in the parliament.
सरकार हालिया घटनाक्रम से होने वाले प्रभावों का परीक्षण कर रही है। वाणिज्य एवं उद्योग मंत्रालय निर्यातकों और उद्योग सहित सभी हितधारकों से संवाद कर इस विषय पर उनके आकलन की जानकारी ले रहा है। सरकार हमारे किसानों, श्रमिकों, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, उद्यमी, निर्यातकों, सूक्ष्म, लघु और मध्यम उद्योगों और उद्योग जगत के सभी हितधारकों के कल्याण की रक्षा और संवर्धन को सर्वोच्च महत्व देती है। हम अपने राष्ट्रीय हितों को सुरक्षित करने और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सभी आवश्यक कदम उठाएंगे।
Like Mr. Modi, who is afraid to take Mr. Trump's name in the parliament and condemned the statement of Trump, Again, Piyush Goyal has shown that not even he has mentioned the word of Trump or the US government. This is unfortunate and unbecoming for a government to act like this. They are completely surrendered before the Trump administration. It is unfortunate that a government which should have some kind of spine speak against the attack on India the way Mr. Trump has attacked continuously against the administration.
मैं इतना कहूँगा और डंके की चोट पे कहूँगा, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत पिछले 11 वर्षों में दुनिया की 10वें नंबर से दुनिया की चौथी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना है और मात्र अगले 2 सालों में भारत दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगा। दुनिया की कोई ताकत नहीं रोक पाएगी, चाहे लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन जिनको हम अब LOB राहुल गांधी कहते हैं, लीडर अपोजिंग भारत, जितने मर्जी बयान दे ले, दुनिया भर में कोई भारत का विरोध करता है उसको पकड़ के वो भारत का भारत में विरोध करना शुरू कर दें, वो जितना मर्जी झूठ बोले उसका कोई असर नहीं पड़ने वाला। श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी को मैं याद करवाऊंगा, लीडर अपोजिंग भारत को, कि UPA की सरकार में भारत दुनिया की 5 लड़खड़ाती अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से एक थी। इंडिया वॉज अमंग द फ्रेजाइल 5 इकोनॉमीज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। 12 में से 11 PSU बैंक्स PCA फ्रेमवर्क में थे, घाटे में थे। कांग्रेस के समय बेरोजगारी बढ़ रही थी, कांग्रेस के समय गरीब और गरीब हो रहा था, लेकिन पिछले 11 सालों में नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार में ना कोई घोटाला हुआ है, बल्कि विकास नई ऊंचाइयों पे पहुंचा है। 6.5% दर से भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी है। गरीबों को 25 करोड़ गरीबों को गरीबी रेखा से बाहर निकाला गया और आप आंकड़े किसी भी क्षेत्र में देखेंगे, भारत नई ऊंचाइयों पे तो पहुंचा ही, गरीब का उत्थान हुआ ही। 12 के 12 बैंक आज मुनाफे में है और दुनिया की उम्मीद आज भारत है, भारत की और दुनिया उम्मीद के साथ देख रही है। और राहुल जी झूठ बोलना बंद करें, भारत विरोधी बयान बंद करें, नहीं तो ये जो LOB का तब ब्याज मिला ना, ये उनको पक्का परमानेंट मिलने वाला है।
हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया। संसद भवन से हिमांशु शेखर।
In fact, my colleague Himanshu Shekhar joins us on the broadcast at the moment. Himanshu, although the Commerce Minister, he did outline what India plans to do and help, how it wants to help Indian businesses during these times, but there was no mention of Donald Trump, and that is something that the opposition has picked up.
That's right, and that has been a bone of contention between the opposition and the government in the last 2 days. We have seen during the big debate on Operation Sindhu, same set of questions and challenges were thrown at the government. But government on the other side has been very cautious in terms of mentioning Trump and quoting him and the kind of statements that he's been making. But the statement that we showed by Anurag Singh Thakur clearly is a strong rebuttal to the statement that Donald Trump had made, wherein he had mentioned India and Russia as dead economies. And this is a point that Rahul Gandhi had also reiterated today in his first reaction, saying that what we have been saying is also now being said by the US president, and that BJP has weakened the economy. So while the US decision to impose 25% additional tariff has far-reaching implications, at least in the short term, on India's exports and India's industry and also on India's MSME sector, the entire political debate in Parliament is now centered on the state of the economy. And we have seen more talk today on what Trump had said about India and Russia being dead economies than the impact and the ramification of the 25% tariff that has been imposed on India. But now opposition MPs are insisting that in Rajya Sabha there is a convention that when a minister makes a statement, then there are clarifications also that MPs can ask. But today no questions were taken. Opposition MPs now want a big debate in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha on the larger ramification of the US decision to impose 25% tariff on Indian exports. Ankit.
All right, Himanshu Shekhar, thank you very much for getting us all the details and breaking it down for our viewers as well. Meanwhile, the Congress MPs, they are at odds. Mr. Rajiv Shukla, one of the Congress MP, he has contradicted what Rahul Gandhi says, his views on the economy. While Rahul described the economy as dead, Rajiv Shukla says that the US President Donald Trump's 25% tariff imposition on India is a wrong step and that Donald Trump is living in an illusion. Rahul Gandhi has in fact mentioned and challenged Prime Minister Modi, saying that India's economy is dead. Meanwhile, another ally of the Congress, the Shiv Sena of the Balasaheb Thackeray, has contradicted Rahul Gandhi and called out Trump for his remarks. In fact, Priyanka Chaturvedi, she posted on her social media saying, and I quote, "Not that one needs to say it, there's enough legitimate data available to know that Indian economy is in the top 5 of the world and one of the fastest growing economies. Calling it a dead economy can only come from a position of arrogance or ignorance. Thank you for your attention to this matter," is how she signs off.
He knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy. I'm glad that President Trump has stated a fact. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज अ डेड इकोनॉमी और बीजेपी ने इकोनॉमी को खत्म कर दिया है. फॉरेन मिनिस्टर भाषण करते हैं, वी हैव ए जीनियस फॉरेन पॉलिसी. ठीक है, एक तरफ अमेरिका आपको गाली दे रहा है, दूसरी तरफ चाइना आपके पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, तीसरी तरफ जब आप पूरी दुनिया में डेलीगेशन भेजते हैं तो पाकिस्तान को एक भी देश कंडेम नहीं करता है.
वर्तमान सरकार ने भी जिसमें काम बढ़ाया तो हमारी आर्थिक स्थिति कहीं से भी कमजोर नहीं है, तो इसलिए हम आर्थिक रूप से कोई हमें कहे कि हमें खत्म कर देगा, उसकी गलतफहमी है. तो ट्रंप की गलतफहमी जी रहा.
सर, इम्पोज किया जो
टैरिफ की तो मैंने आलोचना की कि ये गलत है. टैरिफ इम्पोज करना, हर देश को अधिकार है कि किसके साथ व्यापार करे, उसमें इस तरह रोक लगाना, ब्रिक्स के खिलाफ बोलना, रशिया से इम्पोर्ट के खिलाफ है, बिजनेस के खिलाफ बोलना, ये उनका जो है कतई उचित नहीं है.
Meanwhile, Congress leader Shashi Tharoor, he has once again broken ranks with the opposition over Trump's tariff on India. He has diverged from the party lines, criticizing US President Donald Trump's decision to impose 25% tariffs on Indian exports, while the Congress party has been attacking the Modi government over this issue. Mr. Tharoor, he has taken a different stance, slamming the US for its unreasonable demands and potential harm to India's trade. In fact, Shashi Tharoor, he said that 25% tariff announced by US President Donald Trump on the Indian economy is a very serious matter that will destroy India's trade with America. On the other hand, if their demands are completely unreasonable, our negotiators have very right to resist. America has to understand our needs as well.
It may be just a bargaining tactic. As you know, the trade negotiations are still going on. And therefore, there is a possibility that in the course of negotiations, this may come down. I wish our negotiators good luck and good courage, because we can't afford to buckle under. We have to keep our national interests as number one. If it doesn't, it will certainly damage our exports, because America is a very big market for us. I think our exports alone are $87–90 billion.
In fact, Himanshu Shekhar joins us to get us more on this story as well. Himanshu, yet again, Mr. Shashi Tharoor breaking ranks. He is in fact contradicting Rahul Gandhi on what Mr. Gandhi earlier said.
That's right. And, you know, Ankit, today in Parliament, we expected a constructive and informed debate on the larger impact of the decision by Trump administration to impose 25% tariff on India. But what we saw today was more of politics and less of substance in Parliament. And clearly, even political parties are not speaking in one voice. And while Mr. Shashi Tharoor was present there, I also asked him questions. And he gave a very informed answer in terms of how actually he expects the US decision to increase tariff on India, on the sectoral impact on different sectors, how it is going to have an impact, and what India should be doing. In fact, Shashi Tharoor was very categorical in saying that we must support our negotiators as they take the next big step towards the first tranche of the bilateral trade agreement that is proposed to be finalized by October, November. But Rahul Gandhi, when he came out, his line was completely different. And you could see that throughout the day, Rahul Gandhi made allegations against the government for weakening the economy, and in fact complimented Donald Trump for saying what he claimed he has been saying for a long time. But his own party men, speaking in completely different voice, not only his own party men, but even his alliance partners in India bloc took a very, very different line than what Rahul Gandhi actually was trying to take. So clearly, I think it was a day of more of politics, I would say, individual politics rather than parties taking an informed line and demanding a constructive and informed debate in Parliament in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. And there was more hangama we saw in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha than actually any substantive debate on the impact of US tariff on the India's exports. Ankit.
All right, Himanshu Shekhar, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, the BJP has taken this opportunity to slam Rahul Gandhi over the tariff and the remarks made by Rahul Gandhi. BJP's Annamalai, he has in fact slammed Rahul Gandhi, saying that the Congress leaders are contradicting on this tariff issue. Annamalai, he says that Rahul Gandhi is echoing the foreign critics. He wears ignorance as a badge is what he has mentioned on that social media post that he made. In fact, he also goes on to say that two Congress leaders are taking different stands. One is defending and the other appeasing the offshore masters. All right, breaking news coming in at this point of time. An absolutely shocking story from Patna. In Patna's Janipur police station area, a shocking incident has unfolded. Criminals, they had entered a house and burnt alive two children of an AIIMS nurse. The deceased children, they had just returned home from school. They were children of Shobha and Lalan Kumar Gupta, the residents of Janipur. This is where this incident has taken place. The police has reached the spot. They are conducting an investigation. In fact, AIIMS Patna has also issued a statement, and this is a statement that has been issued by the HOD of Patna AIIMS, Dr. Anil Kumar. He has stated that the incident occurred late at night where some people assaulted the AIIMS guard. In fact, goes on to explain that those individuals, they were trying to admit a patient while the AIIMS doctors, they were performing their duties. This guard tried to control the crowd, which led to the people attacking this guard. My colleague Prabhakar Kumar joins us to get us more on this. Prabhakar, absolutely shocking story coming from Patna. Take us through the details.
So, yeah, indeed a very horrific incident which has happened. This is in the Janipur police station of Patna, which is adjoining rural suburb of Patna. And Shobha Kumari, who is a nurse at Patna AIIMS, she was there at the duty and her kids had just returned from the school. The girl named Anjali, who happened to be around 10 years old, and a boy named Ansh, who was around 12 years old. They had returned from the school. They were at the residence when they were burnt alive. We don't know the incident, why this incident happened, the reason behind it, who were behind it, because it's the very initial sketchy information coming from Janipur. Our team is there on the reaching the spot there, and then we will be able to tell more details into it. But it's indeed a very shocking incident, and the lady Shobha, who works as a nurse in Patna AIIMS hospital, she was there at the duty when this incident happened. Whether it was a short circuit, whether it was an accident, the police is trying to ascertain that. The forensic team has been called at the spot and they are inquiring into all the possible details of it, whether there was any anonymity with the neighbors or any family dispute, any property dispute. All those angles will be investigated into it. But as of now, very sketchy details coming out from that particular place.
All right, Prabhakar Kumar, thank you very much for getting us those details. An absolutely shocking story coming from Patna in Bihar. Meanwhile, another breaking piece of information that we are getting for you at this moment, and this is in regards with the election of the new vice president. The poll panel has started this process. The Election Commission will be finalizing. It has in fact finalized the Electoral College. Remember, the Electoral College is comprised of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha MPs. This election for the Vice President. The date will be out next week. So the Election Commission of India has initiated this process for the Vice Presidential election. The poll panel finalizing the Electoral College comprising of all the members of Parliament from Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, including the nominated members. The Vice President election date, it is expected to be announced very soon, in fact next week. My colleague Akhilesh joins us to get us more on this. Akhilesh, take us through the details.
Well, the Election Commission has already started the process to elect the new Vice President. This post is vacated after a sudden resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar, and now the Election Commission is taking the lead. In fact, the notification is expected at any time soon now, but before that, the Election Commission has finalized the Electoral College for the voters list, as we call it, and it comprises of both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha MPs. And now, after the publication of this Electoral College, there will be a freeze on the Electoral College. That means no new addition can be done to the voters list. This is as per the procedure. And Election Commission has also informed that the notification for the upcoming Vice Presidential election will be released soon. So that means that the process has already begun, and we may see a new Vice President in the coming months. And of course, the hectic parallels will also go on. So far, the BJP has not contacted the alliance partners about the choice of their candidate for the Vice Presidential election, but we have been informed by the top sources that the BJP wants to have its own nominee as the next Vice President of India, and the BJP will consult the alliance partners shortly.
Right, Akhilesh, as far as potential candidates are concerned, you mentioned about the Congress pushing for their candidate. Who are the likely candidates for the upcoming elections for the Vice Presidential post?
Well, there are various names doing rounds, but BJP sources are very clear that it has to be somebody who has strong roots in the BJP and the RSS ideology, because they have burnt their fingers as far as Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar is concerned. They feel that he, who had come from a Janata Party and a Congress background, could not deliver on the front of ideology and the commitment and the loyalty, and that's why he was asked to go. But now they want to have somebody who has strong roots, who has a deep commitment as far as the BJP and RSS ideology is concerned. And apart from that, somebody who has experience in running the House, because remember, the Vice President is also ex-officio chairperson of the upper house. So that way, they also need somebody who has experience in legislative experience, also as a experience as a governor.
All right, Akhilesh Sharma, thank you very much for getting us the details. On to our other big story that we have been tracking throughout the day. A special court in Mumbai has acquitted all 7 accused in the Malegaon blast case. The judgment, it comes nearly after 17 years since that attack was carried out in Mumbai's Malegaon in 2008. The former BJP MP Pragya Singh Thakur, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit and retired Major Ramesh Upadhyay, they were among the 7 accused in this particular case. And the special judge who was presiding over this particular case, he said today that the prosecution failed to prove the allegations in the case and that all 7 accused deserve the benefit of doubt. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's first reaction has come after this verdict. He says that he's grateful to those who stood by him. He's thankful to the armed forces, and he in fact also thanked his supporters. Listen in.
I'm extremely grateful to all of you. I'm extremely grateful to the environment, to my nation, and all those who stood by me. I'm extremely grateful first and foremost to my organization, which is known to hold the hand of their own soldiers and their own officers. I'm repeating myself, there cannot be a better organization than the Indian Army. Please note this. So those things which are gone by are gone by. I will not make any statement which will have a political tinge. I was accused of something. Today I've been exonerated. I'm out of it. I'm happy about it. I'm grateful to my lawyers, and especially I want to make a mention about my lawyer, late Mr. Shrikant Shivde. He is no more with us, but the fight which he made us fight, walk of the path which prevailed. My other lawyer who fought this case, Advocate Nandu Phadke, Sadanand Phadke. And the main fighters of this case, my young lawyers, that is Viral Babar, his senior Amit Ghak, and the youngest amongst them, Yasir Khan. They were the main Bennett chargers in this case, and I'm extremely grateful to all of them. Lawyers at Supreme Court and subsequently who provided incessant support to us. Senior counsel Harish Salve, sir, and Mukul Rodgi, sir. Okay, sir. And I must make a mention here that all these lawyers have fought this case pro bono. Okay, because they knew what the fact is. Okay, I am indebted to these people, and I shall remain under their debts because no amount of compensation is going to pull me out of this.
Meanwhile, another accused who has now been acquitted, Sudhakar Chaturvedi, he was quite emotional while speaking to the media. Listen in to what he had to say post the verdict.
मैंने 3 साल पहले संन्यास ले लिया, हमारा घर छूट गया, परिवार छूट गया, माता पिता छूट गए, भाई छूट गए, घर छूट गया, समाज से हमारे कलंकित नाम आया आतंकवाद करके हम कहीं भी जा नहीं पा रहे, उसकी भरपाई कौन करेगा, बड़ा प्रश्न है। मैं फिर बोलता हूँ, ये फैसला है, न्याय नहीं है, ये न्याय नहीं है। जब तक जो दोषी है इसके, जो इन्होंने केस को फ्रेम किया है, जब तक वो कन्फर्म नहीं आएंगे, तब तक न्याय नहीं माना जाएगा।
Meanwhile, political reactions have been pouring in post the verdict, but let me go across to my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who joins us to get us more on this. Saurabh, the big question at this point of time is, what is going to be the political fallout of this verdict?
Absolutely, and there are huge political ramifications in this case. And the first one is, of course, the fact that this was a case that was built upon the premise that these were the people who had conspired to carry out and execute this blast. That premise has completely fallen through. That premise is, of course, been demolished in court. The court has held that these people are not linked to the blast, including making it very clear that Pragya Singh Thakur cannot be linked to the scooter or the motorcycle on which the bomb was fitted, according to the evidence produced in court, and neither can Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit be linked to the explosives based on the evidence produced in court. So the explosives, the bomb, all of that, and the link to the accused has fallen through in court when it came under legal scrutiny. But the larger issue is, like you said, the political ramifications. This was a case that was said and described as a case of Hindu terror or saffron terror. Top Congress leaders had described it as such, and the BJP had opposed it then. The BJP is now, of course, targeting the Congress, saying that you defamed Hindus for your own political purposes. That's something that, of course, is the attack from the BJP. And therefore, the stage is set for a massive showdown on this between the Congress and the BJP. And that's where it stands. The political ramifications of this case are significantly huge. And that's why this case is more than just a legal verdict, but also the larger political implications of the acquittal.
All right, Saurabh Gupta, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Meanwhile, Pragya Singh Thakur's sister Upma Singh, she spoke to the media post this verdict. Listen in to what she had to say.
इतना भी लग जाए, जीत सत्य की ही होना है। और क्योंकि साध्वी जी सत्य के साथ थी और इस चीज को वो डे वन से कह रही थी कि मैंने कोई अपराध नहीं किया है, मैं सही हूँ। इतने सारे नार्को, इतने सारे लाई डिटेक्टर्स टेस्ट और दुनिया भर के जो टेस्ट लगा सकते थे एटीएस ने लगाए, परंतु कुछ नहीं मिला क्योंकि कुछ था ही नहीं। और यही आज माननीय न्यायालय निर्णय, किसी और का नहीं पता, पर साध्वी जी शुरुआत से कह रही थी एक चीज कि ये बहुत बड़ा षड्यंत्र है। और इसको आप लोगों के माध्यम से, कई चैनल के माध्यम से, प्रिंट मीडिया के माध्यम से भी हमारे परिवार के लोगों ने भी ये कहा कि जब भी हम उससे जेल में, हॉस्पिटल में कहीं भी मिलते थे तो वो हमेशा कहती थी कि देखना एक दिन ये निकल करके आएगा कि ये षड्यंत्र। ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं किया गया हमारे पास। मैं पूर्णतः निर्दोष हूँ, मैं बिल्कुल स्वच्छ हूँ, मेरा किसी भी तरह का कोई इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं है, लेकिन ये लोग मेरे ऊपर षड्यंत्र के तहत ये सब कायम कर रहे हैं, आपराधिक मुकदमे चला रहे हैं, मुझे टॉर्चर कर रहे हैं, ये सब जो कुछ भी हो रहा है। और इसमें भी ठाकुर जी कोई मर्जी होगी, ठाकुर जी किसी को कहीं ना कहीं जनता के सामने लाना चाह रहे होंगे, लोगों के सामने दिखना चाह रहे होंगे, ये दिखाना चाह रहे होंगे कि देखो जब कोई बुरी मानसिकता के लोग अच्छे लोगों पर षड्यंत्र करते हैं, अच्छे लोगों को फंसाते हैं, तो किस तरह का पर्दाफाश भगवान कर। और ये आज पर्दाफाश हुआ कि जो कांग्रेसी नेता थे, जो अपने आप को शायद उस समय का सर्वोच्च व्यक्ति मान रहे थे, हालांकि ईश्वर से सर्वोच्च कोई होता नहीं है, पर वो जो मान रहे थे कि मैं ही सारा करता धरता इस नहीं का, मैं ही हूँ भगवान, मेरा सबकी तरफ है, सोनिया गांधी की तरफ भी है, चिदम्बरम की तरफ भी है, और उनकी जो भी चट्टे बट्टे रहे होंगे, उनके लल्लू पंजू लोग जो उनके सहयोगी रहेंगे, उन सब की तरफ मेरा इशारा है। और इशारा नहीं, मैं नाम ले रही हूँ इस पर, तो उन सब की तरफ मेरा ये संकेत है कि ये सारे लोगों को आज जो भगवान की तरफ से एक तमाशा पड़ा है ना इनके गाल पर, इससे इनको सीख लेना चाहिए। आगे ठाकुर जी इनको सद्बुद्धि दे और ये किसी भी अच्छे व्यक्ति को इस तरह से प्रताड़ित करने का दोबारा प्रयास न करें।
Meanwhile, a host of political reactions are also coming in post the verdict in the Malegaon case. On one side, the AIMIM, it says that this is a very disappointing verdict, while the Shiv Sena and the BJP, they say that this is an end of saffron terrorism which was launched by the Congress. Listen.
देखिए, जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस प्रणीत यूपीए सरकार ने भगवा आतंकवाद, हिंदू आतंकवाद, ये नरेटिव सेट करने के लिए षड्यंत्र रचा और ये पूरा मालेगांव का केस तैयार किया, आज उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है। कोर्ट ने सबूतों के आधार पर ये कितना खोखला था, ये कैसा षड्यंत्र था, ये किस प्रकार से रचा गया था, ये सारी चीज़ें सामने लाई हुई है। एक पर्टिकुलर धर्म की वोट बैंक को खुश करने के लिए जिस प्रकार से नरेटिव लाने का प्रयास कांग्रेस ने किया था और तमाम भगवा और हिंदुओं को आतंकवादी ठहराने का जो काम कांग्रेस ने किया था, आज पूरा देश उसका धिक्कार कर रहा है और हम मांग करते हैं कि कांग्रेस ने माफ़ी मांगनी चाहिए। विशेष रूप से ये हिंदू आतंकवाद और भगवा आतंकवाद कहकर जो अपमान कांग्रेस ने तमाम भारतीयों का और हिंदू समाज का किया है, उसके लिए कांग्रेस माफ़ी मांगे, ये हमारी मांग है।
मालेगांव ब्लास्ट का आज कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, उस कोर्ट के फैसले का मैं स्वागत करता हूं। 17 साल हुए, 17 साल के बाद इतना बड़ा समय ये जो बेकसूर लोगों ने बिताया है जेल में, ये उनके लिए बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण रहा है। पूरे देश भर में जब आतंकवादी हमले हो रहे थे, बम ब्लास्ट हो रहे थे, तब यूपीए का गवर्नमेंट था, कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट था, तब उन्होंने कहा था आतंकवाद दहशतवाद को कोई रंग नहीं होता, कोई कलर नहीं होता, कोई धर्म नहीं होता। और इसलिए मैं ये कहूँगा कि ये भगवा दहशतवाद कहकर ये लोगों को गुमराह करने का एक बड़ी साजिश थी, उसमें वो बेनकाब हो गए। उनको, देश को, ये भगवा आतंकवाद कहने वालों को ये कोर्ट ने बहुत बड़ा मारा हुआ तमाचा है, इतने मैं कहूँगा। और ये साबित हुआ है, सच होता है।
All right, we'll slip into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
This is an urgent appeal from Hope and Homes for Children. Right now, an estimated 5.4 million children around the world are suffering, separated from their families by being placed in orphanages. But the vast majority of them are not orphans at all. Orphanages can expose children to abuse and trafficking. The physical and psychological trauma can last a lifetime. Tabitha was separated from her family for 6 years. Imagine being locked away, separated from the people you love, frightened, alone. You have the power to help get children like Tabitha back to family. Call 0800 472 5218, text FAMILY3 to 88008, or search online for Hope and Homes for Children to give £2 a month. Hope and Homes for Children has been working to stop the institutionalization of children worldwide for over 30 years. Your support can help provide emergency care, trace families, and stop children being placed in loveless orphanages. Please, bring joy to children's lives. Donate today. Thank you.
I think that there's something that's always there that I just need to uncover. Like, I know I'm gonna get there, but I have to be patient with myself. That's probably the scary part for me. And it's okay, like, if you completely pivot and change. You know, you have to be comfortable with that.
Some people think life slows down in your 50s, but I'm just getting started. And I don't want my lot to have to worry about funeral costs. Let them spend their money on nicer things. So I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. They're the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. Unlike other insurers who could make you wait up to 2 years, with Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one. And you're covered for the whole of your life. Unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Go online or talk to their friendly UK team in just one phone call. Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period and no annoying trips to the doctors either.
Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Now I'm with Cover Today, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free life insurance quote, call our friendly UK team on 0800 470 4474 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
Someone's happy. Get that lucky cow feeling with luckycowbingo.com/bingo. The site that's bursting with beautiful bingo games. 75 ball bingo. Even 90 ball bingo. Fill your bingo boots today. Get that lucky cow feeling at luckycowbingo.com/bingo or download the Lucky Cow Android app from the Play Store.
Now that retirement's here, it's time for me to focus on the things that really matter in life, like making sure my family can manage funeral costs when I'm no longer around. Which reminds me,
welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance.
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
No problem. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee. With 100% of claims having been paid, we guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK. UK residents aged 50 to 80 are guaranteed to be accepted. Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000.
That money could help cover my funeral costs or be a gift for my grandson. I'll do it.
Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our UK team on 0800 881 5090 or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
I think that there's something that's always there that I just need to uncover. Like, I know I'm gonna get there, but I have to be patient with myself. That's probably the scary part for me. And it's okay, like, if you completely pivot and change. You know, you have to be comfortable with that.
As a dad, I know life's unpredictable. It's all fun and games until it's not.
You okay?
I want my kids to always be looked after. That's why I'm not putting things off anymore and protecting the life we've built by calling Smart Insurance.
Hi, how can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
Okay, you can choose a benefit amount up to £750,000 depending on your age.
Brilliant.
If you're a UK resident aged 18 to 64, you can apply with just a few health and lifestyle questions. For £250,000 of cover, the price starts at just £14.77 a month.
That's less than I thought, and could help my wife pay off the mortgage.
With our Smart Family Guarantee, you'll have peace of mind.
That's good to know.
You'll also receive a 100% advance in the event of terminal illness and 10% cashback on your first year's premiums. That's the Smart Cashback. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Protect the life you've built the smart way. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our specialist UK team on 0800 977 6797 or visit smartinsurance.co.uk.
We are here with Salman Khan, who has told us a lot about bikes. Can you tell me, Salman, when did your love for bikes start?
I think since very early age. My cousins and
Do you remember your first bike?
Yeah, my first bike was a Jogado bike that I picked up a 125cc engine, and I put in old bullet tires, and I got a frame of some other motorcycle, and I made that bike. And that bike, I think it took me about a month and a half to fix that bike, and I got it on the road, fixed it all alone. And one of my cousins used to own a garage, so I sat with him and I.
Piyush Goyal speaks on Trump's tariff shocker, says that all steps are being taken to.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
When facts are fragmented, we put the pieces together. Where power collides with truth, we are there.
Behind me is that massive security arrangements that are in place.
Behind fractured boundaries, we clear the fog of war. Fault Lines with Gauri Dwivedi, only on NDTV World.
Welcome back. A 13-year-old girl was married off to a 40-year-old man in Telangana, drawing widespread condemnation from activists and parents. A teacher of the school where the class 8 student studies informed the police. The police then has charged the man, his wife, and a priest who in fact performed those rituals at the venue of this illegal act, and a mediator who helped organize the wedding in Nandigam. This place is 55 kilometers from Hyderabad. Visuals showed the class 8 student holding a garland and standing in front of this 40-year-old man. They're all flanked by a woman suspected to be the wife of this man as well as the priest.
Shocking case of a real-life Balika Vadhu. This is in Rangareddy district of Telangana, just about an hour's drive from Hyderabad. And this 13-year-old girl who was studying in 8th class was married off to a man identified as Srinivas Gaud, who is more than 40 years old. And this marriage happened in the month of May, 23rd of May. And the presence of the priest, the other people at the wedding, all of that has come to light. Though it happened about 2 months ago, the girl had reported it to her teacher, Sunita, who then alerted the Child Protection Services as well as the police, who then took action and booked cases under the Prevention of Child Marriage Act against not just the so-called groom and also the mediator who was the house owner of the house in which the girl was living, his wife, and also the mother of the minor girl. 3 things here. While child marriages may seem to have come down, what we do understand is that just in the last year, about 60 such child marriages were prevented. This year, about 37 already were stopped by the Child Protection Services authorities. And what the Protection Services people are telling me is that many of these cases are not just driven by poverty, but also because The parents seem to fear some kind of an elopement and therefore want to marry off their daughters young. In this case, whether there was sexual relations or not may change the nature of the case, because then a case under POCSO would be booked against the husband as well. But we do understand that she had cohabitated with the husband for about 2 months before she returned home.
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
It's great to be helping out before my first grandchild arrives. And after having a few repairs myself, I need to make sure they'll all be protected. Which reminds me.
Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance.
Hi, I'd like a quick quote.
No problem. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee. With 100% of claims having been paid, we guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK. UK residents aged 50 to 80 are guaranteed to be accepted. Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000.
Wow, that money could help with funeral costs or as a gift for my grandkid. I'll do it.
Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
He's going to be named after his granddad.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our UK team on 0800 470 4444 or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
Don't put yourself through this! You should be enjoying 2-for-1 cinema tickets every Tuesday or Wednesday with Compare the Market. Simples.
This is an urgent appeal from the charity WaterAid. Every day, children like Karim have to walk miles to collect water like this, but they have no choice. Every day, babies have to drink water that is teeming with insects and bacteria, but they have no choice. Today, more than 1,000 children will die from poor sanitation, hygiene, and dirty water. They drink it because they have no choice. But you do. You can choose to give children like Karim clean water by texting or calling WaterAid now to give just £2 a month. Your £2 a month will help communities install pipes and taps that could bring children clean water for life. We've already brought clean water to nearly 30 million people, but it's simply not enough. So please, text the word water to 88008 or call 0800 088 7733. Thank you.
I think that there's something that's always there that I just need to uncover. Like, I know I'm gonna get there, but I have to be patient with myself. That's probably the scary part for me. And it's okay, like, if you completely pivot and change. You know, you have to be comfortable with that.
Get Three's unlimited same value plan, with EU roaming included. And roam like you're at home in the EU, from just £24 a month. Don't miss out. Go unlimited today. Buy now in store or at 3.co.uk today.
To reap the benefits of this delay. Umar Sudhir has more details.
So BRS Working President K.T. Ramarao has welcomed the directive of the Supreme Court, saying that the Speaker has 3 months now to decide on the disqualification plea, and he thanks the Chief Justice for protecting the democratic structure of the country. He's also challenged Congress leader Rahul Gandhi about Panch Nyay, saying that you had claimed that whoever defects from their party should be automatically disqualified, and I hope you will welcome the decision of the Chief Justice or the directive of the Chief Justice in this context. She's also mentioning that it should be quite easy to prove that all these MLAs had actually defected from the party, and that actually reflects the kind of dilemma that the BRS would actually face, because some of these MLAs have filed affidavits saying that it was a mere courtesy call on Chief Minister Revanth Reddy and that they had not shifted loyalties. So in the absence of a resignation letter or a letter saying that they have joined the Congress, it's going to be difficult to prove that they have actually defected, technically speaking, and that could pose a challenge for the BRS because the 10th schedule that talks about the defection, anti-defection law, that actually does not specify what constitutes defection. So the Supreme Court has interpreted it to say that it's not just a resignation from the party or joining of a new party, but also acts like participating in the party activities of the new party, and also defying the diktat of the parent party in terms of voting in the assembly. All that can constitute defection as well. Of course, K.T. Ramarao, sounding very confident, is in fact asking his party men to prepare for by-polls to the 10 assembly seats within 3 months.
That's all we have for you on this edition of Prime 5. On the other side, Ankit Tyagi joins us with Nationwide at 6. Stay tuned.
Cricket updates brought to you by Remitly. Send money home safely with Remitly.
You might think people our age spend all day twiddling our thumbs. Well, yes, that does happen. You see, becoming more, shall we say, experienced has its advantages. Like Saga's 5-star rated car insurance, designed for people over 50. That protects your no-claim discount, even if you're hit by an uninsured driver. There's a reason it's award-winning. Call or visit saga.co.uk for a quote today.
It feels good knowing that your future's in hand. Evlo can offer you a loan from £1,000 to £15,000, whether it's for home improvements, new appliances, a car, or for some of life's big moments. So even if you've had problems with credit before, Evlo looks beyond your credit score and always takes a case-by-case approach. Visit evlo.co.uk to get your conditional decision in minutes. Evlo, your future in your hands.
Cheerios. A breakfast that's high in fibre, from oats, wheat and barley. That's a little win. Cheerios. Little O's make little wins.
We should have left centuries ago.
It's okay. I'm with the AA.
Because the AA has more expert patrols in more places than anyone else, you'll be back on the road in no time. That's why millions of drivers choose the AA. Join today.
Just sorted my guaranteed over 50 plan with Sun Life. There's even a cash payout.
Nice one.
It's given me the confidence to look after myself. I've started learning jiu-jitsu.
Come on!
Search Sun Life Plan today and get a free gift card.
I bought cars on finance, so I've made my claim.
If our lenders charged hidden commissions, then I've made my claim.
I could be owed thousands.
I've made my claim.
I've made my claim.
I've made my claim.
I've made my claim. It's so quick and simple.
You could be owed thousands in hidden commissions from vehicles bought on finance since 2007, even without the details.
I've made my claim.
Trust myclaimgroup.co.uk.
Claims made simple.
Get 3's unlimited same value plan with EU roaming included. And roam like you're at home in the EU from just £24 a month. Don't miss out. Go unlimited today. Buy now in store or at 3.co.uk today.
You know, thinking about something like this, like a Supercross, why did you think that I should invest here? Because we know that you love for sports. But
No,
why
I just think you should put, what is that? Your money where your mouth is? Huh? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's, I mean, they call it a niche sport and stuff like that. I just don't think that's what it is, because they're considering the population of our country and the amount of bikes are sold, and it is the largest selling country for bikes and scooters and stuff like that. So I just thought that instead of people racing on the roads, they should have tracks to race on. And I don't think this is a niche sport. I just think that there's no infrastructure, there's no league. So now we have a league and now we have the infrastructure. So all the guys riding on the streets, racing on the streets, have a chance to come and race in these leagues.
Okay, my last question. Your film Battle of Elkan is coming, and we have seen how you have trained for it. It looks amazing and you look fantastic in it.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Tell me a little more about it. When it's releasing? We are really excited about it.
Time. We start shooting now, in another 10 days, and then it'll release. This will be a quick release.
I hope it's
it's an intense one. It's
looks intense.
It's a difficult one. As humanly, it's difficult to do a film like that because high altitudes, hand-to-hand action, raw, brutal action in the Thanda Pani of Leh Ladakh.
You are used to Thanda Pani.
Huh? Yeah, but not so Thanda. Thanda Pani, peene ke liye. Yeah, you'll be in the water for about 8 days. Yeah, in that ekdam taza snow melting pani that's coming in the river and action in that.
So that was challenging.
No, that will be challenging. Yeah. I'm dreading it, but I will do it.
Thank you so much for talking to us.
Welcome.
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. It's time for Nationwide at 6 on the broadcast. I am Ankit Tyagi. It's the same story repeating itself in a very big, important terror case in the country. Why is it that from Malegaon to Mumbai blast case, the same story repeats itself? No conviction in the key terror cases. Where are we lacking? Why are these cases falling apart? That's the big question that we would be asking on the broadcast this evening. If not the people, those who were accused, both in the Malegaon case today and in recently the Mumbai train blast case, then who killed those who died in this? Where is justice? We'll then, of course, later also talk about the Trump tariff tsunami. What are India's options? What can we do about that? And how is the political class reacting to this within the country? Domestic pressures. We'll talk all about that in a short while from now. Let's start with our top story at this moment. Both these cases, the 2006 Mumbai train blast and then 2008 Malegaon blast case. Both these cases, remember, they came with a heavy cost in this country. Terror cases in which people died, lives were shattered, many left injured. 17 people were acquitted after almost 2 decades, 19 years in the Mumbai train blast case. And now all the 7 accused have been acquitted in the Malegaon blast case as well. The question is, if nobody bombed Malegaon, if nobody in fact is responsible for the death of 180 people in the Mumbai train blast case, if all the accused are acquitted, then where is justice? What face do any political party or we as a society take to the people, those who lost their lives, their loved ones, their families, and those whose lives are completely disrupted after these bomb blast cases? It's the same story which repeats itself. No conviction, lack of key evidence is what courts say time and again in key terror cases. Why are these cases falling apart? Is there a crisis of the criminal justice system in this country? Why is the justice failing the victims? Why is it falling through the cracks? If no one bombed Malegaon, no one bombed Mumbai trains, then who did it? When will there be closure for the terror victims? And are there too many agencies, governments, political pressure, which is ensuring that justice is denied to the victims of these terror cases? I want to very quickly tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it took 17 long years even for this acquittal to come. Let me just very quickly tell you what exactly happened as far as the Malegaon case is concerned, where the court today has acquitted all the 7 accused. The blast took place in year 2008. 8 people were killed. 95, at least the court, 100 plus were the charge. 95, the court admitted, have been injured in this. In 2025, all the accused have been acquitted after 17 years. The court said that anti-terror law can't be invoked as far as this case is concerned. The court gave benefit of the doubt to the accused. Suspicion not enough for conviction is what the court said, and also said no evidence against the accused. And the court said that though religion in fact can't be mixed as far as a terror is concerned,
but it put the blame purely on the prosecution and the investigating agencies for failing to prove the case. Absolutely similar of what happened in the Mumbai train blast case as well just a few days back. Let's listen in to some reactions on this.
अभी मैंने 3 साल पहले संन्यास ले लिया। हमारा घर छूट गया, परिवार छूट गया, माता पिता छूट गए, भाई छूट गए, घर छूट गया। समाज से हमारे कलंकित नाम आया आतंकवाद करके, हम कहीं भी जा नहीं पा रहे। उसकी भरपाई कौन करेगा, ये बड़ा प्रश्न है। मैं फिर बोलता हूँ, ये फैसला है, न्याय नहीं है। ये न्याय नहीं है। जब तक जो दोषी है इसके, जो इन्होंने केस को फ्रेम किया है, जब तक वो कन्फर्म नहीं आएंगे, तब तक न्याय नहीं माना जाएगा।
I am extremely grateful to all of you. I am extremely grateful to the environment, to my nation, and all those who stood by me. I am extremely grateful first and foremost to my organization, which is known to hold the hand of their own soldiers and their own officers. I am repeating myself, there cannot be a better organization than the Indian Army. Please note this. I will not make any statement which will have a political tinge. I was accused of something. Today I have been exonerated. I am out of it. I am happy about it. I am grateful to my lawyers.
Now let me also take you to what happened in the 2006 Mumbai local train blast case. In 2006, this blast, the bombs on this train in a suitcase, in a pressure cooker, ripped apart this train. 180 people lost their lives. 800 plus were injured. 7 bombs went off within 11 minutes. In 2015, the trial court convicted 12 accused. After 10 years, all those accused have been acquitted by the High Court. The Bombay High Court, acquitting the accused, said prosecution failed to prove the case. Evidence lacked concrete facts. So once again, lack of evidence, in fact, was the charge. Why are the prosecution, the investigating agencies failing to make watertight case, and who is responsible? Should now responsibility be fixed in such high-profile cases? Is there political pressure? To try and understand that, I have two legal luminaries also, those who are part of a political party. Vivek Tankha first is joining me. We'll also go across to Manan Mishra, BJP MP, in a short while from now. But Vivek Tankha, senior advocate and member of the Congress Party, Rajya Sabha MP, thank you so much for speaking to us. Let me start by asking you, as a lawyer, Mr. Tankha, the courts have mentioned one thing categorically. Prosecution has failed to prove their cases, both in the Malegaon and the Mumbai train blast case. They have said lack of evidence. It shows that the investigating agencies were either, the investigation was either done, not done properly, or the conclusion was reached even before the evidence was gathered, sir.
I completely agree with you. I mean, there's no question of any disagreement. Now, this word used by the court because of lack of evidence, that is a technical word that every court would use once they're acquitting somebody. The question is, what is that evidence which it lacked? And what is that evidence which could have been produced and which was not produced? Sometimes a good evidence is produced but not believed. Maybe something the High Court believes, the Supreme Court may not believe, or Supreme Court believes, the High Court may not believe. So there are perceptions of opinions expressed through various judgments. But my question is that generally in these high-profile cases, the investigation must be so tight and so good that it should be seen as an example of prosecution. You can't have haphazard investigations or haphazard presentation of cases. Believe me, I've been a lawyer for 45 years now. My impression is that with change of government, the prosecution's vigor to pursue cases also diminishes or increases sometimes. I mean, you have to remove politics from law and prosecution.
Right.
Investigating agencies should not be reporting to governments. The prosecuting agencies should not be reporting to governments. Separate all this from politics. Otherwise, with all kinds of political dispensations and all kinds of beliefs, you will keep finding this issue happening again and again. And at the end of the day, who is suffering? People of India.
Okay.
I mean, in cases after cases, if the court says the investigation was not good enough, or the presentation of evidence was not good, now who do you blame at the end of the day after 17 years?
Sir, the point well taken. While you are saying, politics should be kept away from prosecution and investigation, but time and again we have seen in such cases how they have been used as a political weapon as well. Both Malegaon and the Mumbai train blast cases have been used as a political weapon. So do you believe that, in high-profile cases such as this, in terror cases, right from the beginning, the police, the agencies are under pressure to produce the result that helps possibly the ruling government of the day?
In a generic way, that has been so portrayed in India, in a generic way. In a specific case, if you ask me, I would not have knowledge. But one thing is for sure, in a good system of administration, criminal administration of justice, the prosecution should be reporting to the Attorney General. It should not be reporting to the Law Minister or the government. And it's the Attorney General, the post of Attorney General should be an independent post. It's high time we thought of these amendments in the Constitution and law. Otherwise, your whole administration of criminal justice is collapsing. Would you want this to continue like this? Okay. And where is the belief of the people now in the administration of justice then? Whether it be the court, or whether it be the prosecuting agency, or whether it be the investigating agency, they all must inspire confidence and trust of the people. Otherwise, this system will collapse.
And that confidence, at least when we see after almost 2 decades, cases go unsolved, accused are acquitted, then people ask the question, then who actually did these things? But let me ask you this then. The prosecution of such cases, and a point in example is the Malegaon case. It happened under 2 governments. One, of course, for the first 6 years under the UPA, and now for the last 11 years under the NDA government, under the present regime of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I want to understand from you, on one hand, there have been accusations that it was a motivated case in the investigation right from the beginning. In between, there were allegations that when the government changed, the NIA asked the investigation or the prosecuting agency to go slow. In both these cases, both the governments seem to be working in their own interest rather than in pursuit of justice.
Crime is a crime. How does it matter which government is in power? If somebody has killed people through a bomb blast, he or she, maybe anybody, it doesn't matter. But there is a duty cast upon the prosecution to do a fair investigation. There's a duty cast upon the lawyers representing the prosecution also after a good investigation to ensure that the presentation is proper. And all this must happen in a time frame. 17 years itself signifies a collapse. Was it because the accused were not cooperating? Why were the adjournments being granted? Or it was because of volume of evidence? If it's volume of evidence, why a day-to-day trial was not happening and finishing in 2 years or 3 years maximum?
Okay.
I know there are lots of questions which can arise in these cases. But the fact is, time has come. You can, in retrospect, you can keep criticizing A, B, C, D. But I'm not on criticism. I'm on the failure of the system.
Okay.
And I see this failure on the face staring at all of us. And if this is not rectified, by bringing a new CRPC or a new Evidence Act or a new IPC, by giving it new nomenclatures, has anything improved? Nothing has improved. That's what I was saying from day one. That don't go by nomenclatures, don't go by slogans.
Okay.
You must have real expertise and fairness in the system.
Mr. Tanka, in conclusion, let me ask you this. Isn't it time now, high time now? Because, investigating agencies, if there are allegations of motivated investigation, of improper investigation, whether it is against, they're targeting somebody or doing it on, political behest, isn't it time, sir, to penalize the agencies when their cases fall flat on their nose in such important cases after years and years of prosecution, sir?
I agree that everybody has to be accountable. Investigating agencies have to be accountable. Prosecuting agencies have to be accountable. And now we are even saying judges have to be accountable. So nobody is beyond being accountable. But that at the end of the day, we'll have to also rectify our systems. If your systems are created to fail, then what sort of accountability you are talking about?
Okay.
Are you designing your systems to fail, or are you designing your systems to succeed? That is the question I'm asking you.
Mr. Thankar, thank you so much for speaking to us at this moment on, bringing us your legal expertise as far as these cases are concerned. You've given some important suggestions. I hope that those who are in position to implement them are listening at this moment. Let me very quickly also go across to BJP Rajya Sabha MP, Senior Advocate Manan Mishra, who is joining me at this moment. So thank you for speaking to NDTV. Let me start by asking you the larger question that we are asking this evening is, an example is the Malegaon case, example is the Mumbai train blast case. Almost 2 decades of trial, no one is guilty. Where are we failing?
See, there are two things, two aspects you have to consider. One, the prosecution, if in order to save the skin of the real culprits, name some other innocent persons, then ultimately the prosecution is bound to fail. The prosecution cannot prove their involvement in the crime. Other aspect is sometimes the prosecution, the investigating agencies, they don't do their work properly. They fail to collect the important evidences. In that case also the prosecution fails. But here is a case where everybody knows, every Indian knows that all the 7 accused persons were falsely implicated. In the name of this Hindu terrorism, Bhagwa terrorism, the innocent people, they were implicated, and now they have been acquitted. After 17, 18 years of prosecution, they had to face the trial, they had to face the investigation, see the mental torture, and you can imagine the mental harassment which they have suffered.
I agree with you, and that's the same question that we asked even when the Mumbai train blast case accused were acquitted. They spent almost 2 decades behind bars, and now to be acquitted, who is responsible for that? But I want to ask you this, in both these cases, the UPA government initially and now 11 years of Modi government, have both the government failed in providing justice to the victims?
Naturally, it is certainly an injustice to the victims and their family. Nobody can deny this. But the issue is that at that time, UPA government was there. The investigating agencies, they were in the hands of the UPA government. The case was handled in such a manner that the real culprits were not brought into picture, and the innocent people, they were implicated, they were involved in the case, and because of this false implication, now they have been acquitted.
But is it happening because of the political pressure that the investigating agencies and prosecutors face from the government of the day, possibly in high-profile cases? I mean, it looks like that these cases are made from the beginning to fail, sir.
Sometimes you are right, sometimes it happens, but not all the times. Investigating agency, maybe CBI, maybe police, maybe NIA, they are supposed to perform their duties impartially, fairly. Now, if they are being influenced by some politicians, then it is actually fault on their part. Therefore, I think that normally the investigating agencies, they are to do their work independently without being influenced by any government or any politician. Here in this case, I think that the very implication of the accused persons, that was at the instance of the politicians and the government, and that is why after 17 years of trial, after 17 years of long prosecution, today the result has come.
But, do you also believe that one reason of the investigation not being done properly is multiple agencies working on the same case. In Malegaon case, it was first the Mumbai police and the Maharashtra ATS came in, and then after that, it was the NIA. All these agencies in different tenures of different governments possibly working in opposite direction, and that is why proper evidence could not be produced in front of the court.
Certainly, most of the times we see that if more than one agency is involved, then there are chances of acquittal. But here, you know, everybody knows that this was a political case. Politically, they were implicated. The real culprits, they should have been brought on record. They should have been named, and the result would have been otherwise if the real culprits would have been brought into picture in this case. Here, after a long time, after you see, there were 323 witnesses. 26 went hostile. 323 witnesses were examined.
Okay.
See, there was no need of bringing on record so many, more than 300 witnesses in the case. That itself shows that it was a very poor prosecution. The prosecution case was very poor, and that is why in order to establish, in order to prove its case, they had to bring on record 323 witnesses.
So let me very quickly ask you in conclusion, because you are saying it was a poorly investigated and poorly presented case, should the officers investigating and the prosecutors prosecuting it, should there be some penal action against them as well?
Speaking for myself, my opinion is there should be a law where if the investigation is faulty, if the IO investigating officer is negligent, ignorant, or if he is deliberately and purposely, if he does not, if he fails to bring on record the evidences, material evidences, then some action should be taken against such IOs and such agencies.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manan Mishra, for speaking to us here on Nationwide at 6 and presenting the point of view as a senior lawyer on this very case. Let me, because ladies and gentlemen, the big question also then that begs to be asked is, who is responsible if these people are not? What can be done now? And should there be some action against the investigating agency if they're in the beginning, you know, they have a theory first and then they are trying to collect evidence to back their theory? Are the investigating agencies lacking the skill to investigate such big cases, terror cases? Let me very quickly go across to Mr. Yashovardhan Azad, former top cop former senior IPS officer. So thank you so much for speaking to us. Let me begin by asking you, sir, we had two lawyers from senior lawyers from the different spectrum of the political class speaking on this. I don't want to get into politics. I wanted to understand, because that's the big question that people are asking today. Why do our agencies fail to make watertight cases in such high-profile, terror cases? Two examples in just a span of 15 days, sir.
No, I absolutely agree with you. In fact, what we have seen in both the cases that they've virtually ripped apart the investigation and also the prosecution. But, you know, I have two views on this. One is, as far as the investigating officers go and the investigative agencies go, it's extremely important to put the right people at the right place. And I'm not too sure whether that is being done or that has been done throughout, in fact. Favorites are posted. Sometimes you get the right people. And there is already a system within every police organization that if an important case fails, or if it is due to the negligence of a particular officer, he's removed from the post or he's reprimanded. I can tell you personally that in this particular case, the officers who are in the NIA is a crack investigative agencies, some of our finest investigators there. One of them in that period doing this case was late Sanjeev Kumar Singh, who's an outstanding officer from Madhya Pradesh. Now the question is, why does this happen? You have already mentioned one of the reasons how this case went over, in different regimes to different people and different organizations. Makoka was, dropped, rightly so, because that is different. UAPA has more political and ideological basis for this. But there was a lot of unique public and political pressure on this agents on this case right throughout. So number one, if you have investigative agencies free from political influence, you will immediately start seeing the results. That is number one. And number two, I'll tell you that the prosecution of ours lies in a tattered state. I mean, there might be some notable prosecutors in special cases where you hire them specially.
Right.
But otherwise, the normal prosecution is in a real bad shape. So I would say investigative agencies, the choice of right people, and the most important, their autonomy in investigations.
So do we understand what you are saying, sir, from this, and you have enormous experience in the department, that in such high-profile cases, is there a problem that right from the beginning, because of the political pressure of whichever government is in power, there is already a theory that officers are supposed to pursue, and then the case is made around that instead of other way around? See what the evidence is pointing out and then form a case.
No, not really. I would say, whenever it involves a person of some political standing or some political aspect, then the case starts deteriorating. And that is when the whole thing starts. If there are people involved who have connections with politics or who are with some particular organizations, that kind of starts impacting the case, and then the middling of the investigation starts. If you have a proper, there are two things. One is, there might be, if you have outstanding officers, they'll collect the best evidence, unless they are ideologically perverted, or there is a mix-up, or they have been lured to do something else. Why would a normal IPS officer, not collect the proper evidence? And these cases are really supervised so well. So one is, either the full evidence could not be collected. It cannot be collected in 100% of the cases. Secondly, the prosecution is twisted politically or ideologically to not to cover it well, to defend it well, or to accuse it well. And the third is, of course, at the level of judge, as Vivek Tanka, my good friend, said, there are differing perceptions. For them, the trial court thought that everybody should be convicted, and the High Court says that nobody should be convicted.
Right.
So there are three levels in this also.
Very quickly, in conclusion, sir, because you heard both the lawyers speaking about one fact, that it is also time to try at least consider some sort of penalty, some sort of penal action if in such cases the court acquits somebody of complete lack of evidence, or there is at least an insinuation that people were being charged or framed to try and pursue a line of prosecution. Do you also agree with that?
Well, I think it would, if I were the DG of NIA, first thing I would see is where is the investigation lapses that has been pointed out by the court. It's a regular exercise. It's done. That is how, on the basis of which you appeal against a particular case or not. But, the most important thing is, I think it's time when the lawmakers should reflect. These MPs in parliament should discuss instead of shouting.
Yes.
What should we do to sharpen the teeth of our investigative agencies and get more convictions? And for that, even we have to, sort of let hold of them.
Yes.
The iron grip that we have over their transfers and minor things. If we let them go, I think things would be much better.
Absolutely. It's been years that there have been discussions on police reforms, keeping the law and order and the investigating part of the police, into two different forces, or at least two different arms of the policing. And we've just have heard lip service from our, governments, member of parliaments across party lines on that. High time that we start thinking about this. Thank you so much, Mr. Yashwardhan Azad, for speaking to me on this very important issue. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. On the other hand, we'll shift focus on the tsunami that Donald Trump brought with 25% tax plus penalties against India. The Trump tantrum. How is India going to respond? What are our options? Coming up next after a short break. Piyush Goyal.
We are here with Salman Khan, who has told us a lot about bikes. Can you tell me, Salman, when did your love for bikes start?
I think since very early age. My cousins and
Do you remember your first bike?
Yeah, my first bike was a Jogado bike that I picked up a 125cc engine, and I put in old bullet tires, and I got a frame of some other motorcycle, and I made that bike. And that bike, I think it took me about a month and a half to fix that bike, and I got it on the road, fixed it all alone. And one of my cousins used to own a garage, so I sat with him and I assembled that bike. Means all different, and it was like made it like a scrambler, dirt bike, trail bike.
So it's not like you only ride a bike.
No, so yeah, I mean, no, I could do it then. I mean, simple even now. But so there's a friend of mine. Remember that guy, Salim, the fat guy who used to be in movies with me? He was so he was a dear friend of mine. He used to own bikes, so that engine was from him. And after a month and a half, he saw me down Carter Road riding it. So he looked at me, Sharma, this is the one that I picked up from you. Really? Wow. So I was sleeping. He comes at 6 o'clock in the morning. He takes the bike. He goes, and I come down, wanting to go to college. And I say, "Ye bike kahan hai?" They say, "Wo Salim Baba aake leke chale gaye." So then in the evening, I went to his place. I said, "Kahan hai bike, bhai? Tu leke chale gaya?" He said, "Yaar, bike ki zarurat thi. वो पिक्चर का स्टंट था, उसको फिल्म सिटी के लेक में उड़ाना था."
और बाइक ठीक था?
And then they did the stunt with my bike, and the bike went in. Must be somewhere still there in the film city ka lake.
When facts are fragmented, we put the pieces together. Where power collides with truth, we are there.
Behind me is that massive security arrangements that are in place.
Behind fractured boundaries, we clear the fog of war. Fault Lines with Gauri Dwivedi, only on NDTV World.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Sleepless for sports. We are reloading sports NDTV style. With the biggest comeback this season, India's OG sports journalist on India's #1 news network.
No games, just sports.
Sports coverage levels up with Boria Majumdar on NDTV.
When facts are fragmented, we put the pieces together. Where power collides with truth, we are there.
Behind me is that massive security arrangements that are in place.
Behind fractured boundaries, we clear the fog of war. Fault Lines with Gauri Dwivedi, only on NDTV World.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
We are here with Salman Khan, who has told us a lot about bikes. Can you tell me, Salman, when did your love for bikes start?
I think since very early age. My cousins in
Do you remember your first bike?
Yeah, my first bike was a Jogado bike that I picked up a 125cc engine, and I put in old bullet tires, and I got a frame of some other motorcycle, and I made that bike. And that bike, I think it took me about a month and a half to fix that bike, and I got it on the road, fixed it all alone. And one of my cousins used to own a garage, so I sat with him and I assembled that bike. I mean, it's all different, and it was like made it like a scrambler, dirt bike, trail bike.
So it's not like you only ride a bike.
No, so yeah, I mean, no, I could do it then. I mean, simple even now. But so there's a friend of mine. Remember that guy, Salim, the fat guy who used to be in movies with me? He was so he was a dear friend of mine. He used to own bikes, so that engine was from him. And after a month and a half, he saw me down Carter Road riding it. So he looked at me, Sharma, this is the one that I picked up from you. Really? Wow. So I was sleeping. He comes at 6 o'clock in the morning. He takes the bike. He goes, and I come down, wanting to go to college. And I say, "Ye bike kahan hai?" They wo Salim Baba aake leke chale gaye. So then in the evening I went to his place. I said, "कहाँ है बाइक भाई? तू लेके चले गया?" ऐसे यार बाइक की ज़रूरत थी. वो पिक्चर का स्टंट था. उसको फिल्म सिटी के लेक में उड़ाना था.
और बाइक ठीक था?
And then they did the stunt with my bike, and the bike went in. Must be somewhere still there in the film city ka lake.
When facts are fragmented, we put the pieces together. Where power collides with truth, we are there.
Behind me is that massive security arrangement.
Welcome back. Now, right after that unilateral, obnoxious message from President of the United States, Donald Trump, announcing 25% tariff on Indian exports and an unspecified penalty because of the country's energy purchase from Russia. Now, this has become a big issue of concern and, of course, a hot political potato as far as India is concerned. The bonhomie, the friendship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi with Donald Trump is being tested because many would argue friends don't behave the way the President of the United States has, in fact, behaved with India on the tariff issue at a time when both countries are still speaking about discussing trying to reach a deal which the deadline for which has been set for October, from tomorrow, that is August 1st. Donald Trump, after his announcement, there will be unusually high, that 25% plus penalties tariff on India. Now, for the first time after that, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has in fact reacted. In the parliament today, he said the centre is studying the implications of the move and will take the necessary steps to safeguard India's national interest.
सरकार हालिया घटनाक्रम से होने वाले प्रभावों का परीक्षण कर रही है. वाणिज्य एवं उद्योग मंत्रालय निर्यातकों और उद्योग सहित सभी हितधारकों से संवाद कर इस विषय पर उनके आकलन की जानकारी ले रहा है. सरकार हमारे किसानों, श्रमिकों, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, उद्यमी, निर्यातकों, सूक्ष्म, लघु और मध्यम उद्योगों और उद्योग जगत के सभी हितधारकों के कल्याण की रक्षा और संवर्धन को सर्वोच्च महत्व देती है. हम अपने राष्ट्रीय हितों को सुरक्षित करने और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सभी आवश्यक कदम उठाएंगे.
Now, Trump is known for, in fact, bargaining from a position of strength. He has taken the maximalist position against India as well, which is flying in the face of "Ye dosti hum nahi chhodenge." Now, let me explain to our viewers the whole meltdown that Donald Trump has in fact now shown against India and its implications. India, Donald Trump has said existing high tariff is one of the reasons for what he has done with 25% tariffs. Now, India is buying Russian oil. That is also a pain point for the US president. India not giving Trump Operation Sindoor ceasefire credit. 29 times he spoke about it. The government says, well, nobody was involved as far as the ceasefire is concerned, which Donald Trump repeatedly tries to take claim for. Prime Minister Modi indirectly fact-checked Donald Trump in Lok Sabha, did not take his name though, but said that no other country was involved. India's refusing to scale down on Russia ties is also a pain point for Donald Trump, and Trump's self-goal on ceasefire trade deal, because he said that he's used business to push India and Pakistan into a ceasefire. That seems to be flying, in the face of what he has done now. Now, let me also tell you the impact of this tsunami, the Trump, tsunami, the tariff tsunami that India is facing. What are the options for India? Let's talk about that. Initiate high-level talks with the United States, which are ongoing, because this will be very, very important. Trump is mercurial, and to try and take a maximalist position back could only hurt India's chances further. Challenge tariffs at the WTO, the World Trade Organization, is also an option. Leverage strategic ties is what India would want to do. Impose retaliatory tariffs. Show again that if you try to bully us, we are not going to cow down. We are going to, in fact, look you in your eyes and speak about it and strengthen. Atmanirbhar push is the other option. Meanwhile, let's come to the politics of this. In the parliament today, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, Donald Trump today made some comment about dead Indian economy. He, in fact, slammed the government over the Trump tariffs and echoed Donald Trump's dead economy remark. Rahul Gandhi took aim at Prime Minister Narendra Modi and said Trump only stated fact, which everybody knows. But the Congress, the entire Congress party, doesn't seem to be on the same line, with Shashi Tharoor and Rajiv Shukla going totally against what Rahul Gandhi has said.
He knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy. I'm glad that President Trump has stated a fact. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज अ डेड इकोनॉमी, और बीजेपी ने इकोनॉमी को खत्म कर दिया है. फॉरेन मिनिस्टर भाषण करते हैं, वी हैव ए जीनियस फॉरेन पॉलिसी. ठीक है, एक तरफ अमेरिका आपको गाली दे रहा है, दूसरी तरफ चाइना आपके पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, तीसरी तरफ जब आप पूरी दुनिया में डेलीगेशन भेजते हैं तो पाकिस्तान को एक भी देश कंडेम नहीं करता है.
वर्तमान सरकार ने भी जिसमें काम बढ़ाया, तो हमारी आर्थिक स्थिति कहीं से भी कमजोर नहीं है. तो इसलिए हम आर्थिक रूप से कोई हमें कहे कि हमें खत्म कर देगा, उसकी गलतफहमी है. तो ट्रम्प की गलतफहमी जी रहा.
सर, इम्पोज किया जो
टैरिफ की तो मैंने आलोचना की कि ये गलत है. टैरिफ इम्पोज करना, हर देश को अधिकार है कि किसके साथ व्यापार करे. उसमें इस तरह रोक लगाना, ब्रिक्स के खिलाफ बोलना, रशिया से इम्पोर्ट के खिलाफ है, बिजनेस के खिलाफ बोलना, ये उनका जो है कतई उचित नहीं है.
It may be just a bargaining tactic. As you know, the trade negotiations are still going on. And therefore, there is a possibility that in the course of negotiations, this may come down. I wish our negotiators good luck and good courage, because we can't afford to buckle under. We have to keep our national interests as number one. If it doesn't, it will certainly damage our exports, because America is a very big market for us. I think our exports alone are $87–90 billion.
Now, on the dead economy, because this is something that the Congress party on what Trump tariff has been, could have in fact pushed the government in a corner. But speaking in two voices has given the BJP a handle to hit back, to try and take the focus away from what Donald Trump has said, only to focus on what Rahul Gandhi and the differences within his own party is. And what Anna Malai, in fact, then the BJP leader posted a tweet on X, a post on X saying that both Rahul Gandhi and his party men are speaking in different stands. That's what the BJP is going to focus on, at least politically. All right, let's very quickly at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, also bring you this shocker which is coming in from Patna, where two children, young kids, have been burnt alive in Patna. In fact, in one of the houses, this is a very heart-wrenching story which is coming in. The parents of these children were, in fact, one of them was a nurse in fact, AIIMS Patna. And on the other hand, what we know now is that this is a big question that has been raised as far as the law and order situation of the state is concerned. Remember, the opposition is already calling it the new Jungle Raj under Nitish Kumar, where every single day, one after another, horrific stories are coming to light, with these two children aged 10 and 12 being burnt alive at their own residence. They had just come back from school. Later, they were found dead, burnt, which the police believes they were burnt alive. The investigation at this moment is on. My colleague Prabhakar joins me on the phone line for more on this story. Prabhakar, just give our viewers a sense of what has happened. What is the investigation saying at this moment? This is a very, very horrific story which has come to light.
Very, very horrific and very shocking indeed. And this incident has happened in the Janipur police station, which is adjoining Patna, around 40 kilometers from Patna in the rural suburb. The nurse called Subha Kumari was working at Patna AIIMS. She was at the duty, and her husband Lalan Kumar was also working somewhere. So the both were not there at the house. And their two kids, Shobha and Ansh, the two kids, they were there at the house when they were burnt alive. We don't know the circumstances as to how they got burnt, whether it was an accident or somebody actually did it. But prima facie police is ruling out an accident because there's no sign of any short circuit in the house. And the FSL, as we speak, the FSL team is there at the spot. They're investigating it from all angles. So they're actually looking into all aspects of it, whether it was done by somebody deliberately, whether there was a property dispute or some enmity with the neighbors. But these angles are being investigated. But this indeed has shocked everyone out here.
Thank you so much, Prabhakar, for joining us with all those details. Heart goes out to the family, those who have lost their children in such a horrific manner in Patna. And once again, it exposes the law and order and the administration under Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. All right, with that, we are slipping into a very short break. We'll come back with much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Meet Pete, an HR legend who hasn't discovered Employment Hero yet. He's got more employment apps than employees. Looks like Big Ears over here is about to change all that. With the world's first all-in-one employment operating system. Now Pete can handle hiring, HR, payroll and more in one place.
Discover the finest quality made-to-measure blinds, shutters and curtains at Blinds Direct. A huge selection of beautiful window dressings to suit every room. Handmade here in the UK with a 5-year guarantee for your peace of mind. Order your free samples today and choose your perfect design. Exclusively online, delivered direct to your door. Shop now for an extra 20% off and free delivery at blindsdirect.co.uk.
You can count on Staysure, the UK's favourite travel insurance provider. We specialise in cover for over 50s with pre-existing medical conditions. And there's no age limit. Whether you're planning an epic, once-in-a-lifetime adventure or revisiting your favourite holiday spot one more time, we offer cover for single or multiple trips throughout the year. Staysure Travel Insurance, the UK's favourite. Get your quote online or give us a call today.
I think that there's something that's always there that I just need to uncover. Like, I know I'm gonna get there, but I have to be patient with myself. That's probably the scary part for me. And it's okay, like, if you completely pivot and change. You know, you have to be comfortable with that.
Just because my kids are growing up and have little ones of their own doesn't mean family life slows down. I'm busier than ever. Now that I'm in my 60s, I want to make sure that my family has enough to cover my funeral costs and other expenses when I'm no longer around. That's why I decided to learn more about over 50s life insurance from Cover Today. They're the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period. Unlike other insurers who could make you wait up to 2 years. With Cover Today, you're fully covered from day one, and you're covered for the whole of your life. Plus, unlike other things in life, the price never goes up. Learning more couldn't be simpler. Go online or talk to their friendly UK team in just one phone call. Cover Today are the only over 50s life insurer with no waiting period, and no annoying trips to the doctors either.
Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Now I'm with Cover Today, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free life insurance quote, call our friendly UK team on 0800 542 1545 or visit covertoday.co.uk.
We are here with Salman Khan, who has told us a lot about bikes. Can you tell me, Salman, when did your love for bikes start?
I think since very early age. My cousins in
Do you remember your first bike?
Yeah, my first bike was a Jogado bike that I picked up a 125cc engine, and I put in old bullet tires, and I got a frame of some other motorcycle, and I made that bike. And that bike, I think it took me about a month and a half to fix that bike, and I got it on the road, fixed it all alone. And one of my cousins used to own a garage, so I've sat with him and I assembled that bike. I mean, it's all different, and it was like made it like a scrambler, dirt bike, trail bike.
So it's not like you only ride a bike?
No, so yeah, I mean, no, I could do it then. I mean, simple even now. But so there's a friend of mine. Do you remember that guy, Salim, the fat guy who used to be in movies with me? He was in so he was a dear friend of mine. He used to own bikes, so that engine was from him. And after a month and a half, he saw me down Carter Road riding it. So he looked at me, Sharma, this is the one that I picked up from you. Really? Wow. So I was sleeping. He comes at 6 o'clock in the morning. He takes the bike. He goes, and I come down, wanting to go to college. And I say, "Ye bike kahan hai?" They wo Salim Baba aake leke chale gaye. So then in the evening I went to his place. I said, "कहाँ है बाइक भाई? तू लेके चलेगा?" ऐसे यार बाइक की ज़रूरत थी. वो पिक्चर का स्टंट था. उसको फिल्म सिटी के लेक में उड़ाना था.
और बाइक ठीक था?
And then they did the stunt with my bike, and the bike went in. Must be somewhere still there in the film city ka lake.
We are here with Salman Khan, who has told us a lot about bikes. Can you tell me, Salman, when did your love for bikes start?
I think since very early age. My cousins in
Do you remember your first bike?
Yeah, my first bike was a Jogado bike that I picked up a 125cc engine, and I put in old bullet tires, and I got a frame of some other motorcycle, and I made that bike. And that bike, I think it took me about a month and a half to fix that bike, and I got it on the road, fixed it all alone. And one of my cousins used to own a garage, so I've sat with him and I assembled that bike. I mean, it's all different, and it was like made it like a scrambler, dirt bike, trail bike.
So it's not like you only ride a bike?
No, so yeah, I mean, no, I could do it then. I mean, simple even now. But so there's a friend of mine. Do you remember that guy, Salim, the fat guy who used to be in movies with me? He was in so he was a dear friend of mine. He used to own bikes, so that engine was from him. And after a month and a half, he saw me down Carter Road riding it.
Your favorite pair of jeans could in fact spark controversy. Well, this is exactly what has happened. A denim campaign has sparked a cultural firestorm. American Eagle ad featuring top Hollywood actress Sydney Sweeney with the tagline "Great Jeans" is under scrutiny for what critics say is a troubling nod to outdated beauty idols. As social media explodes with the backlash, we ask, was it just a pun goes wrong or a deeper branding blind spot? My colleague Mayank Chaudhary with this report.
Sydney Sydney Sweeney is known for stealing scenes on screen. But this time, it's a pair of jeans and a play on words that have her trending for all the wrong reasons.
But if you said that you want to buy the jeans...
The campaign was denim deep in classic Americana. Sydney Sweeney, the face of American Eagle, celebrating what the brand called her great jeans, with a wink towards fashion and family DNA. But the internet, let's just say, it wasn't buying it off the rack. Critics were quick to button down the problem. They say spotlighting Sweeney's blue eyes and blonde hair under the banner of great jeans threads too close to outdated and dangerous notions of racial purity.
My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has her jeans.
Soon, TikTok turned into a tailoring ground for takedowns. Memes, remixes, and even celebrity digs. Doja Cat stitched in her 2 cents, turning backlash into front-page banter. Some see it as an unintentional faux pas, a marketing misstep, more than malice. Others say in 2025, brands need to know that a clever pun isn't enough. It needs cultural thread count too. As for the star herself, Sweeney hasn't addressed the denim drama. American Eagle has zipped in too, but the movement has stretched beyond the fabric into conversations about privilege, perception, and the politics of pretty. In fashion, what fits yesterday might not suit today. And this ad, it's a case study in how one tagline, great jeans, unintentionally stepped on some cultural seams. It's a reminder when brands try these things, they better know the cut, the context, and the consequences. Mayank Chaudhary for NDTV.
My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has her jeans.
It's great to be helping out before my first grandchild arrives, and after having a few repairs myself, I need to make sure they'll all be protected. Which reminds me, there's more than one way to help protect my family.
Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote.
You've come to the right place. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee, with 100% of claims having been paid. We guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK.
Wow, that's great to hear.
Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000. And the cover is in place for your whole life.
And what's the application like?
It couldn't be easier to apply. If you're a UK resident aged 50 to 80, you're guaranteed to be accepted and you can arrange everything in a matter of minutes. There are no medicals or blood tests. Prices start from just £4.52 a month for £1,000 of cover.
Wow, that money could help with funeral costs or as a gift for my grandkid. I'll do it.
As the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance, we're proud to protect thousands of families across the UK. We're rated excellent by Trustpilot and also rated platinum by FIFO. Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
He's going to be named after his granddad.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our UK team on 0800 781 0770 or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
As a dad, I know life's unpredictable. It's all fun and games until it's not.
You okay?
I want my kids to always be looked after. That's why I'm not putting it off anymore. And I'm protecting the life we've built.
Welcome to Smart Insurance. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
Okay. You can choose a benefit amount up to £750,000 depending on your age, and you can personalise your policy with optional critical illness and children's cover.
Brilliant.
If you're a UK resident aged 18 to 64, you can apply with just a few health and lifestyle questions. For £250,000 of cover, the price starts at just £14.77 a month.
That's less than I thought, and could help my wife pay off the mortgage.
Just like families, not all life insurance is the same. That's why we offer the Smart Family Guarantee. We guarantee a straightforward application process, award-winning service you can trust, and cover from day one. And it's easy to arrange. You can get covered in just a matter of minutes.
That's good to know.
For even greater peace of mind, you'll also receive a 100% advance in the event of terminal illness and 10% cash back on your first year's premiums. That's the Smart Cashback.
Sounds great. I'll go ahead.
Our Smart Family Life Insurance is exclusive to us, and when you sign up, you'll get access to free health and wellbeing services. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Now I know my family's looked after. I just need to find them.
Protect the life you've built the smart way. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our specialist UK team on 0800 977 5752 or visit smartinsurance.co.uk.
I started this brand because I started being told no to my dreams.
So I didn't have any design experience. I didn't have any business experience, but I really had a sort of belief.
Running a business is really challenging, but I love it. This is so wild that I actually, from a dream, started a business. We're Cheekbone Beauty. This is Super Ceramics.
We're finished that.
We're Eastside Golf, and we're powered by Shopify.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. Namaskaram, namaskara, baunara, nallar kingla. Lots lined up over the next 1 hour on the show, from the impact of the Trump tariff threats to the Congress allegations on electoral rolls manipulation in Karnataka, and also on O Pannirselvam troubles for the NDA in Tamil Nadu. But first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking this hour. 17 years after a bomb exploded in Malegaon in Maharashtra, killing 6 people and injuring over 100, a special NIA court in Mumbai acquits all 7 accused, including BJP MP Pragya Singh Thakur and Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit. BJP hails the acquittal. Congress calls it a witch hunt. The victims will appeal against this verdict in the High Court. Trump's 25% tariffs on India come into effect from tomorrow. The opposition slams the Narendra Modi government, calls India's foreign policy a flop show. Centre hits back at the India bloc. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal addresses Parliament, says national interest remains supreme. Malayalam rapper and songwriter Hirandas Murli, popularly known as Vedan, booked for rape. A young doctor alleges repeated sexual assault under the false promise of a marriage. He's a politically polarizing figure. Well, first up this evening, US President Donald Trump's tariff salvo on India reverberated in Parliament today. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal spoke in both houses and reiterated that India would take all necessary steps to safeguard India's national interest. He underlined these developments were being taken seriously and consultations are on to formulate a response. The statement in Parliament came amidst demands from the opposition for a debate on the issue. The opposition demanded that the minister respond to its questions on his statement as well, which didn't happen. All this on a day which started with more aggressive comments from the US president, who criticized India's tariffs again and even went so far as to say, and I quote, "I don't care what India does with Russia. They can take their dead economies down together for all I care," unquote. This led to a domestic political face-off in India, with Congress's Rahul Gandhi accusing the BJP and Prime Minister of killing the economy, and the BJP hitting back. Listen in.
सरकार हालिया घटनाक्रम से होने वाले प्रभावों का परीक्षण कर रही है। वाणिज्य एवं उद्योग मंत्रालय निर्यातकों और उद्योग सहित सभी हितधारकों से संवाद कर इस विषय पर उनके आकलन की जानकारी ले रहा है। सरकार हमारे किसानों, श्रमिकों, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, उद्यमी, निर्यातकों, सूक्ष्म लघु और मध्यम उद्योगों और उद्योग जगत के सभी हितधारकों के कल्याण की रक्षा और संवर्धन को सर्वोच्च महत्व देती है। हम अपने राष्ट्रीय हितों को सुरक्षित करने और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सभी आवश्यक कदम उठाएंगे.
Like Mr. Modi, who is afraid to take Mr. Trump's name in the parliament and condemned the statement of Trump, again Piyush Goyal has shown that not even he has mentioned the word of Trump or the US government. This is unfortunate and unbecoming for a government to act like this. They are completely surrendered before the Trump administration. It is unfortunate that a government which should have some kind of spine speak against the attack on India the way Mr. Trump has attacked continuously against the administration.
मैं इतना कहूंगा और डंके की चोट पे कहूंगा, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत पिछले 11 वर्षों में दुनिया की 10वें नंबर से दुनिया की चौथी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना है और मात्र अगले 2 सालों में भारत दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगा. दुनिया की कोई ताकत नहीं रोक पाएगी, चाहे लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन, जिनको हम अब LOB राहुल गांधी कहते हैं, लीडर अपोजिंग भारत, जितने मर्जी बयान दे ले. दुनिया भर में कोई भारत का विरोध करता है, उसको पकड़ के वो भारत का भारत में विरोध करना शुरू कर दें. वो जितना मर्जी झूठ बोले, उसका कोई असर नहीं पड़ने वाला. श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी को मैं याद करवाऊंगा, लीडर अपोजिंग भारत को, कि UPA की सरकार में भारत दुनिया की 5 लड़खड़ाती अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से एक थी. इंडिया वॉज अमंग द फ्रेजाइल 5 इकोनॉमीज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. 12 में से 11 PSU बैंक्स PCA फ्रेमवर्क में थे, घाटे में थे. कांग्रेस के समय बेरोजगारी बढ़ रही थी, कांग्रेस के समय गरीब और गरीब हो रहा था. लेकिन पिछले 11 सालों में नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार में ना कोई घोटाला हुआ है, बल्कि विकास नई ऊंचाइयों पे पहुंचा है. 6.5% दर से भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी है. गरीबों को 25 करोड़ गरीबों को गरीबी रेखा से बाहर निकाला गया. और आप आंकड़े किसी भी क्षेत्र में देखेंगे, भारत नई ऊंचाइयों पे तो पहुंचा ही, गरीब का उत्थान हुआ ही. 12 के 12 बैंक आज मुनाफे में है और दुनिया की उम्मीद आज भारत है. भारत की और दुनिया उम्मीद के साथ देख रही है. और राहुल जी, झूठ बोलना बंद करें, भारत विरोधी बयान बंद करें, नहीं तो ये जो LOB का तब ब्याज मिला ना, ये उनको पक्का परमानेंट मिलने वाला है.
हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया. संसद भवन से हिमांशु शेखर.
पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy. I'm glad that President Trump has stated a fact. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज अ डेड इकोनॉमी और बीजेपी ने इकोनॉमी को खत्म कर दिया है. फॉरेन मिनिस्टर भाषण करते हैं, वी हैव ए जीनियस फॉरेन पॉलिसी. ठीक है, एक तरफ अमेरिका आपको गाली दे रहा है, दूसरी तरफ चाइना आपके पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, तीसरी तरफ जब आप पूरी दुनिया में डेलीगेशन भेजते हैं तो पाकिस्तान को एक भी देश कंडेम नहीं करता है.
Well, the politics, domestic politics is just one aspect of this. Remember, this has many layers to it. What does this mean on the ground to India's businesses and more importantly to that India-US sentiment? Joining us this evening, voices from across the spectrum following the US very closely. Former Indian diplomat Anil Triguniat, sir, thanks very much for being here with us. Ajay Sahai of the Federation of Indian Export Organizations will join us in a bit. Naganand Doreswamy of Idea Springs Capital, a venture capital investor who follows the US very closely, and Shrikant Iyer, CEO of Homelane, who in a sense is the voice of the startup ecosystem here, which is also something which looks up to the US very closely. Nag, if I can start with you, there are many analyses that will be put out. There are many calculations that need to be made. The IT ecosystem itself may not be the one that's hit the most. But what about the sentiment from the point of view of people like you who have close ties with the US? What does the kind of language that's been used do to the sentiment, both in terms of business and in terms of the ways moving forward?
So, Veera, the main thing was all along for the past 1 month, we are hearing that we would have a trade deal, but this not having a trade deal and getting this statement from the president saying there's a 25% across the board is kind of optically and sentimentally not that great news, right? I mean, whatever happened behind the scenes, we are not purview to that. I'm sure there are very strong reasons for the Indian government to have delayed the implementation. But optically and sentimentally, it would have been nice to have one, but it is what it is. We don't have one, so I think we have to figure out what's the way forward. That said, on the IT segment, there's no immediate danger, or even to the startups, I don't see a danger immediately. I think one area where we will be impacted from a startup perspective is where there's places where there's hardware, where we are developing hardware as part of the startup, and that is very true with some of the deep tech, right? Whether it's pharma or hardware-related startups where we start to export hardware, then we will be potentially impacted by this. But at this time, that segment in India is very low, but that will change in the next 3 to 5 years because we are focusing quite a bit on the deep tech and the hardware startups. So to your point, sentimentally not great, optically not great, but we will figure out how to manage this and come out of this.
You see this as a rough tide for the moment, which will pass over. Mr. Trigunia, do you also see it that way, that despite all the noise, this will lead to some semblance of sanity as we go along?
Well, I think it depends on the resilience of every country. And India has been very, very resilient all through. We have faced several sanctions in the wake of the nuclear tests. And during the President Trump's last presidency as well, he had taken India out of the GSP. He had imposed tariffs, and we reciprocated that. So India is not a banana republic in the first place. Secondly, as far as technology and other dimensions or startups are concerned, we are the third largest startup nation with a very large number of companies that are doing extremely well. And let us not forget that there is something called a very well-accomplished theory, that is comparative advantage of nations. India does have a comparative advantage as far as the skilled manpower is concerned. This will be the only source. Of course, we might face some problems already in the sense that he's trying to tell the companies not to recruit Indians and not to, manufacture in India or something like those kind of things go on. So we've got to basically somehow ride it out for the next 3.5 years. Trumpism may survive, but the United States will have to reconsider its thing. Besides, we'll have to continue to have diplomatic engagement with the United States. It's an important trading partner for us, investment partner, technology partner, and they do understand it. So President Trump basically is trying to segment. He has segmented the trade from technology, from essentially the investments, and even services exports to that extent. So I think I'm not particularly worried, but we'll have to diversify our partnerships. We have to be more pragmatic about a lot of things that we do, and we have to avoid falling prey to the wolf warrior diplomacy.
You're making an important point. If it's the long haul, Shrikant, when you have phrases like dead economy that's used as far as India is concerned, what does that do to the overall ecosystem per se? Weigh in on that.
No, I think that I agree with Naganand's point that in the short term, there may not be any major negative impact. I don't want to comment on dead economy, etc., because I think I'm not an economist. I'm a startup founder. I don't know, such complicated terms. But having said that, I see one or two second order implications. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. Now, this 25% tariff is going to increase the price of Indian goods for many US companies, because of which they will stop or want to stop discretionary spending on IT services, which will come and hit us only back, because our IT services companies which are there, which are actually providing the services, may face some reduction of those. So to me, I think there is a secondary order effect which is coming in. By the way, keep in mind that these IT services companies already are under pressure because of AI and all the other jingbang. So this is coming on top of that. The second one is, we don't know what Mr. Trump is going to do, frankly, tomorrow morning. I mean, nobody knows. Even he doesn't know, maybe. So, what he has done on goods may also come on services. Today, it's only on goods, these 25% tariffs. But if it comes on to services, then it becomes a serious problem for us. And I hope it doesn't go there, but that is one not so nice possibility for the... So
you're making an important point there, Shrikant. Nag, while you say that, look, the optics are not great, we're talking of layoffs at big IT majors at the moment. As Shrikant points out, there are multiple headwinds that's being faced across the board. In this context, how much more difficult will it be for the Indian business ecosystem to deal with a situation of this nature?
See, I think it's not only India. Even if you look at US in terms of graduates being hired, they are going to a serious correction right now. Any article you read, anything you read these days is saying we don't need entry stage engineers. We only need people who can first 2-3 years. It's all AI. So there's a strong correction even in the US, not just in India. But since India is very heavily dependent on it, it's accentuated in TCS or other people coming and saying we are probably have to make a strong correction. But independent of the tariffs thing, I think this wave was coming. I think the AI wave is really scary. I don't know where the world will be. In fact, in our circles, we discussed this quite a bit, and it's very hard to predict where we will be in the next 2 years. It's tariffs or no tariffs. Tariffs, that's a different game. And to Shrikant's point, on top of it, you add tariffs, and then the other thing that's an open-ended question is the Russia penalty. Trump saying that there will be Russia penalty on top of it. We don't know what that means and what the implications are. So one has to wait and watch as to what that is, because we are saying 25% tariff plus Russia penalty. I don't know where that translates to. So one has to watch for that.
Right.
So it would have been nice to have this deal so that everything would be under the carpet by now. But I think there are more open questions. So next few weeks will be interesting. I hear that we're still negotiating. Hopefully there'll be some negotiation happens.
How much hope would you actually have, Ambassador Trigoniath, at this stage?
Well, there will be some kind of a deal. But the problem that we had already agreed to a deal on 6th of June. But then when this was put up to President Trump, he was not too happy about it. So it was sent back. And they want more market access and other things to India. And that's why he's trying to irritate India a little bit more and trying to put pressure on us. But at the same time, there are certain areas in which will be extremely difficult for India, like it is for Trump himself. Like he's trying to push the agriculture, GM and all that foods and everything onto India, which is his constituency. It does not contribute greatly to their economy. But for India, it becomes a red line, and because that's highly subsidized in their country. And they just want to push it into India, but that's something that is going to be very difficult. So we'll have to find somewhere where we can give in a little bit, because negotiation is always give and take. And therefore, I'm sure that the Indian negotiators will find a way to clinch some kind of a deal. In fact, on 25th August, that the team is supposed to be coming in looking at the broader trade pact. Right. Now, if we can't even agree on a mini trade deal, I don't know where we're heading for it. And secondly, Trump always, as you know, all the deals that he has signed so far, he wants some kind of a headline in that. So he is probably looking for a headline as far as India is concerned. That's what he has got. And that we have not given as yet.
We're really good in television of giving headlines. We can offer a few if we can make
as well.
if we can make sense of what's playing out. Shrikant, very, very briefly, because I think we can finally go across to Ajay Sahai as well. But Shrikant, very briefly, the key sectors that you think would be looking extremely, extremely worried at this stage.
No, I think the non-IT sectors would be looking worried. The majority of the sectors which are getting imported today, like pharma, for example, there's a big export into the US from India. A couple of other sectors, I think they would be the ones most worried.
Right.
But I don't want to say only doomsday predictions. There is one silver lining also. I know it may be a little bit of, patting the back, but the currency is going to play in our favor. I mean, our currency, obviously, we don't expect it to go down. We expect it to go up. So that's one positive. If at all, in the dark cloud, if there is a positive for the IT services, it is that they can expect some hedging from there. Yeah.
Okay, there's an Indian silver lining to the Trump dark cloud that's surrounding us at the moment. Ajay Sahai, Federation of Indian Export Organizers. Everyone's spoken. Perhaps you should be the one most concerned about it. Very briefly, just have the last word on this. What would be your key concerns and what's the outlook at the moment?
Our key concern is we're still not certain what is the penalty duty. Once we know the penalty duty, probably the negotiation may start. What we are telling the exporter that this is a problem which is only temporarily. Probably by September, October, we will be able to firm up the BTA, and therefore, in this period, we have to look into in what way we can absorb the higher reciprocal tariff, so that even we have to execute the order at a little loss or lesser profit. Let us maintain the business relationship with the customer, and that once we have the BTA, probably we can work on that. So that's our take on that. On number of sectors, we are not very defensive, probably, since many of our competitors will have a high tariff. We have to see to what extent we can leverage on that. So everything is not lost. We are hoping that BTA will be firmly in place by September, October, and this temporary problem will be addressed by the exporters.
Right, it's a temporary problem, you say. Thanks to all four of you for joining us here on the Southern View this evening. We'll keep a close watch of how that plays out. But now to a case of rape registered against famous Malayalam rapper Hirandas Murali, popularly called rapper Vedan. The case was registered after a complaint by a young woman doctor at the Tirikakkara police station on Thursday, the 31st of July. According to her statement, Vedan had a sexual relationship with her with a fake promise of marriage between 2021 and 2023. She also claimed that she had lent Vedan money over those years and was left emotionally traumatized after he abruptly withdrew from the relationship. Vedan, remember, is a politically polarizing figure in Kerala who has taken on the caste hegemony head-on and is known for his sharp attack on the caste system. Uma Sudhir reports on the multiple dimensions in this case.
I spoke to the Kochi Police Commissioner, who said that investigation is at a preliminary stage. They have not yet issued any notices to the rapper, nor have they called him in for questioning. They are going to be looking at those people who are mentioned in the complaint. The complaint itself has a young doctor who is saying that she met the rapper in August 2021 and that she was sexually assaulted by him, and subsequently there were multiple sexual encounters till March 2023 when he had broken off the relationship. He had called her toxic as well, and she says he had promised her marriage and had cheated her. It was a false promise of marriage, because of which she is lodging this complaint now. The police are looking at the circumstances in which this happened, and also the friends and others that she has mentioned who she says knew about how she was treated by this particular rapper. She has also in fact sought protection, saying that she wants her identity to remain confidential. Vedan is someone who is Hirandas Murali is his real name, and his stage name is Vedan, and he became popular with his Voice of the Voiceless song in 2020, and he's someone who is a very celebrity rapper and songwriter, and someone who the LDF government has also backed, calling him as a voice of the marginalized. He even performed at an LDF anniversary event as well, and he's not new to controversy either, because even in the Me Too, peak of the Me Too, there were some allegations against him, though there was no case. But later, subsequently, there was a case of possession of a narcotic drug, is very small quantity, and also having a cat tooth in his chain, because of which he was cases were booked against him. But the LDF has chosen to overlook that and had him at an event, whereas the BJP looks at Vedan as a divisive figure, a casteist figure, and someone who had defamed Prime Minister Modi. That was a complaint that was made, that through his song he had defamed the Prime Minister, whereas the LDF looks at him as an Ambedkarite and someone who is the voice of the marginalized groups, because he has also written songs about caste and about class.
We'll keep a close watch of that case, but we'll take a very short break here on the Southern View. When we come back, Rahul Gandhi's Bengaluru protest, is it political gimmick, or are there concrete allegations that need to be investigated carefully? Don't go away.
Epic deals now on at Currys. Save £450 on the Lenovo Yoga Slim 7 2-in-1 laptop powered by an Intel Core Ultra 7 processor with an OLED touchscreen and 360-degree design. Save up to £50 on these higher A-rated washing machines from $379. Plus, get free recycling. And get a free soundbar, usually up to $999 when you buy an LG OLED C or G Series TV. At Currys.
Life is complicated. Hastings Direct Car Insurance is simple. You've got a lot going on. A lot. Trying to save could really grind your gears. So come on, let's get a great deal off the ground! Nice driving. Hastings Direct is simple. Great cover, great price, and a great app makes us one of the UK's top choices when comparing car insurance online. Hastings Direct. Simplicity is the best policy.
Now that retirement's here, it's time for me to focus on the things that really matter in life, like making sure my family can manage funeral costs when I'm no longer around. Which reminds me.
Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance.
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
No problem. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee, with 100% of claims having been paid. We guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK. UK residents aged 50 to 80 are guaranteed to be accepted. Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000.
That money could help cover my funeral costs or be a gift for my grandson. I'll do it.
Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our UK team on 0800 881 5090 or visit britishseniors.co.uk.
Discover the finest quality made-to-measure blinds, shutters and curtains at Blinds Direct. A huge selection of beautiful window dressings to suit every room. Handmade here in the UK with a 5-year guarantee for your peace of mind. Order your free samples today and choose your perfect design. Exclusively online, delivered direct to your door. Shop now for an extra 20% off and free delivery at blindsdirect.co.uk.
Dealing with my lot means making smart choices. And with our family growing, I want to protect the life we've built. That's why I'm calling Smart Insurance.
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
OK, you can choose a benefit amount up to £750,000 depending on your age.
Brilliant.
If you're a UK resident aged 18 to 64, you can apply with just a few health and lifestyle questions. For £250,000 of cover, the price starts at just £14.77 a month.
That's less than I thought, and could help my husband pay off the mortgage.
With our Smart Family Guarantee, you'll have peace of mind.
I'll go ahead.
You'll also receive a 100% advance in the event of terminal illness and 10% cashback on your first year's premiums. That's the Smart Cashback. Plus, you get your choice of a £125 gift card.
Protect the life you've built the smart way. To get a free life insurance quote today, call our specialist UK team on 0800 977 5753 or visit smartinsurance.co.uk.
Sleepless for sports. We are reloading sports NDTV style. With the biggest comeback this season, India's OG sports journalist on India's #1 news network.
No games, just sports.
Sports coverage levels up with Boria Majumdar on NDTV.
When facts are fragmented, we put the pieces together. Where power collides with truth, we are there.
Behind me is that massive security arrangements that are in place.
Behind fractured boundaries, we clear the fog of war. Fault Lines with Gauri Dwivedi, only on NDTV World.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora.
Gandhi-led protest on the 5th of August in Bengaluru over allegations of manipulation of electoral rolls in the Bengaluru Central and Bengaluru Rural constituencies during the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. While the Congress and Rahul Gandhi claim they have solid proof to back these allegations, the question remains, are these just wild allegations, a political gimmick, or is there really serious proof? If yes, why has it not been put out in the public domain or before the Election Commission or before a court of law? The BJP, though, is also on an offensive against the Congress state leadership and has said there will be a Diwali dhamaka in the Congress and a change of guard in the state. Listen into the political reactions before we head to a power-packed panel.
Rahul Gandhi has got evidence. Rahul Gandhi has got evidence. So, yes, he is coming here to protest and to meet the election commissioner. Even at the time of assembly election, we found a lot of, how they misused the chilme. More than 8,000 workers they deployed, gave them a certificate and did all this rubbish. So that is why my leader, though this is one of the important state and city, he wanted to come and he has made a research on that. He is not just coming for a political purpose. We want to educate the people of this country and Karnataka what went on, even at the time of parliament. We know that we might have lost an election, we might have won election. We want to save democracy. We don't want the election commission to be a part of a political process.
I really don't know why Rahul Gandhi is so confused. If at all, if BJP can manipulate election commission, if at all, if BJP can misuse election commission, then why did Congress come to power in Karnataka with 136 MLAs? And how did Congress win 3 by-elections? MLA, how did 3 MLAs win in these by-elections?
Well, we'll have a face-off and an analyst this evening. Joining us, Prashant GS of the BJP, Shatabish Shivanna of the Congress will join us in a bit. Sandeep Shastri of the Lokniti Network will also join us in a bit from now. But for the moment, you're the only voice here. Prashant GS, your response to serious allegations being made. The Congress has not made this once or twice, but consistently, that there have been manipulation of electoral rolls in a constituency where the Congress lost by just over 30,000 votes.
Veera, isn't this a case of sour grapes? Congress is making this allegation on a selective basis only in seats which has lost. It has become probably a prestige for DK Shivkumar that his brother lost the election and therefore now he wants to pin the blame on BJP, stating that because of BJP doing something that his brother lost. He is unable to accept that people refused to give the mandate of the Lok Sabha seat of Bangalore Rural to Congress. They gave it to Dr. C.N. Manjunath. Therefore, unable to digest that his family, whatever he was treating it as his family borough, he lost it. Unable to face the people and his so-called supporters, where he claims that he is a strong man, he is now making these baseless allegations. And to support him in his endeavor, they have their supreme leader, Rahul Gandhi, who's a habitual offender when it comes to making these statements. And time and again, he apologizes to Supreme Court whenever he makes these statements. And now he's making one such statement against the Election Commission. So therefore, if Rahul Gandhi has proof, why didn't they submit the proof to the electoral body as soon as the election got over within the prescribed time?
Shatabish Shivanna, the question being asked by Prashant and by many is that if you have concrete proof a year after that election, why have you not moved the Election Commission A or moved the court of law, whether it is Bengaluru Rural or Bengaluru Central? We've had instances in the past of losing candidates challenging the election when they have proof of some manipulation.
See, we are, hi Raghav, we are not here to complain.
We are here to confront a constitutional crime. When votes are stolen, democracy is murdered, and the Congress party is the first to stand up. The KPCC research wing has conducted a 6-month data-driven and evidence-backed analysis and has concluded that there has been electoral fraud. Now, it is only justified that Shri Rahul Gandhi, being the leader of opposition, amplifies this issue and takes it to the people. Wherever there is credible evidence, may it be a Zilla Panchayat, Taluk Panchayat, Assembly election, or a parliamentary contest, it mandates a thorough inquiry. And on August 4th, Shri Rahul Gandhi will be here. He is meeting the people. He wants to expose this hypocrisy of the BJP. This is a deeper conspiracy. And the question of why the Congress chooses to challenge or chooses not to challenge specific election outcomes is immaterial.
No, but it is not immaterial, Shatabish. I will just ask you this simple question. When you're making a serious allegation against a democratic process saying you have concrete proof, is it not incumbent upon those with concrete proof to move the relevant authorities to challenge that before making it a political allegation?
See, fraud vitiates every process of law. And when democracy itself is tainted, selective criticism cannot override accountability and the truth. The question is not, wait, let me finish. The question is not which result the Congress challenges. The question is why fraud is being allowed to go unpunished. If there is nothing to hide, why silence or ridicule Shri Rahul Gandhi? A party that manipulates votes has no moral right to talk about people's mandate. The BJP's real fear is that they will be exposed and that we will expose their factory of fake voters or election manipulating.
Jatabish, I dare you, your leader D.K. Shivkumar and his leader Rahul Gandhi, who will put to strict proof to prove this allegation what you're making. You are answerable.
The BJP. Please
be informed that you are making allegations without any proof, and if you or your leader or your supreme leader Rahul Gandhi, who has time and again been exposed for his anti-India stance, this time he will be punished more by the people of the country than anybody, because he is looking at what is happening in the parliament also. Rahul Gandhi has always taken an anti-India stand. He has never supported the country. He stands and supports those forces who speak the voice of the enemy nation. And now, without having
let's stick to Bengaluru Central and Bengaluru Rural in this conversation, because
to go to the court, if they believe in the courts, let them go to the court, submit the proof, and let the court order inquiry. Let us see if Congress has got proof, if Rahul Gandhi has got proof. Why is he wanting to do this tamasha of coming here and doing padayatra here? Not required. Let him go to the court, let him file the petition in the court, and the court will decide.
Shatabish.
Is the Congress not, what do you say, does the Congress not believe in the judiciary?
Bharatiya Janata Party and the spokesperson Prashant GS are experts in digressing from the issue. The fact of the matter is the right to vote is a fundamental right guaranteed under the Constitution. An allegation of voter manipulation or electoral fraud is a direct attack on the basic tenets of democracy. And if the Election Commission, a constitutional authority required to protect the free and fair election process, is complicit with the ruling government, it's the betrayal of democracy.
Shatabish,
when the leader of opposition, Lok Sabha, with
1 year,
responsibility publicly declares
without any proof, you cannot be allowed to peddle lies on national media.
When a leader of opposition, Lok Sabha, publicly declares...
Shatabish, wait.
Election was rigged. You have taken a year and a half to say that election is rigged. What were you doing all this while?
Let me make one point.
Let's Shatabish, the point being raised is very clear. There is a very different argument. It comes to SIR in Bihar. The issue has been playing up. You've raised it in Parliament. That issue is a separate one where the party, there are several players who have challenged it in the apex court. So that's a different aspect. I'm asking for a specific question. Here is a state government with the Congress. Now, if you're saying that 1.5 years after an election in Bengaluru Rural and Bengaluru Central, you have concrete proof and you're going to reveal it at a protest site, it gives the optics of making it a purely political gimmick at the moment, not one that shows a sense of substantial fight to question a process that's gone wrong, because it's extremely important. And often, and I'm pointing this out as well, whether it was 2009 in Shivaganga, or in other cases, there are several cases where losing candidates have moved the courts when they have had evidence of manipulation. Why has that not happened? Why has there been no effort in that regard?
No, see, the beginning point is Shri Rahul Gandhi we want as a Congress party, we want Shri Rahul Gandhi to amplify this issue. Now, he's a leader of opposition. With utmost responsibility, he has publicly declared that there has been a voter or electoral fraud in a particular constituency of Karnataka. The bare minimum response that we expect is not criticism and political mudslinging. What we request is an impartial, independent and time-bound investigation. Now, all these things take time. The KPCC, no, sir, don't interrupt me. I don't understand. The KPCC's research wing, after a 6-month detailed data, evidence,
Supreme Court Article 32,
that there has been an electoral fraud.
Either the High Court or Supreme Court will admit the petition. Aren't you aware of the basic process of law?
See, I don't understand. We reserve our right to do what we want when we want to do. We will
you are using it as a political toolkit, and it's a gimmick by Rahul Gandhi to divert attention of his anti-India stance.
Okay.
I dare you to file a petition in the High Court or the Supreme Court. And let
he will do it when we have to, sir. Please be patient.
But Prashant, you're a lawyer as well. They have the right to do it when they want to. Prashant, the point is this. Hang on. Prashant, the point is this. The point is this, Prashant. The point that's being made is that they have the right to move the court when they want to. They are saying they will give out the concrete proof. The whole question is that there is a manipulation of the election process. And that is a perception that's becoming difficult to combat.
No, Veera, the perception by Congress is not difficult to combat. They are creating it out of their toolkit without any evidence to undermine democracy, because the same constituencies where Congress got the lead in 2023 assembly elections and they have 136 MLAs, now they want to turn around and say it was manipulated. They won 3 by-polls. There, the EC was free and fair. The democracy was, upheld to the core. Only in seats where they have lost, they have a problem, which indicates that they are cherry-picking issues.
Okay, cherry-picking issues. Quick response from you, Shatabish, before we close this debate. Cherry-picking issues. Where you've lost, you have a problem. Where you've won, you've said it's a free process. It's a clean process.
Wherever there is credible evidence of election fraud, please don't interrupt. Wherever there is credible evidence of election fraud, may it be in any election, it is a direct attack on democracy. We have found evidence in Bangalore Central. We are exposing it. And if at all the Congress takes the moral high ground and says, we won the Telangana election, we won the Karnataka election, we could have remained silent about it. No. This is an attack on democracy. This is an attack on the constitution.
We leave this conversation here because much more will play out when that protest happens in Karnataka. Obviously, the Congress-BJP face-off, never a dull moment there, but we leave that conversation here because we're moving over to some breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu. O. Paneerselvam, the former chief minister and former leader of the AIDMK, who's no longer with the AIDMK, met MK Stalin today at the hospital where Stalin is. There you have those pictures on your screen. O. Paneerselvam meeting MK Stalin. Interesting, because just this morning, O. Paneerselvam sent out a clear message that he's walking out of the NDA. Did not give clear reasons why he's left the NDA, but he is clearly indicating he is walking into MK Stalin's fold. How relevant is OPS is another question. He may not have the relevance in Tamil Nadu as much as he may hope for. Not really one of those power players, but it is a symbolic hit for the NDA because O. Paneerselvam seen as an influential OBC Tevar caste leader there from southern Tamil Nadu. Remember, his son was the only winning candidate for the alliance in 2019. All the other seats were won by the DMK-led alliance. So that's the kind of hold he has in that Theni district. Joining me now is Sam Daniel. Sam, this now becomes pretty clear that O. Pannirselvam is moving towards the DMK fold, but what can he bring to the table for the DMK that it already does not have?
Well, it's at the moment in the realm of speculation, though he would call this meeting as a courtesy meeting following MK Stalin's recent hospitalization, Veera Raghav. But his options are quite limited. As you said, his vote bank has dwindled, except a few pockets where he has the support of the sections of Thevar community. But he could split votes for the AIADMK-BJP alliance in that sense. The other option political observers are looking at is the possibility of him joining hands with active Vijay's TVK. Getting into the DMK fold could be a kind of a risky proposition for him, because he would be seen as someone who has betrayed the AIADMK party and the loyalists, as the AIADMK looks at the DMK as their arch rival. And this would also prove earlier allegations of Sasikala true, because at that time when he was expelled, the allegation was he got cozy with the DMK at that point in time. But he seems to play his cards quite carefully. He is also waiting perhaps for the outcome of the petition pending with the Election Commission with regard to the two leaves symbol. And based on that outcome, he could probably decide and clarify his next political move.
In the grassroots of Tamil Nadu politics, one has seen several times AIADMK leaders shifting to the DMK, but the question really is what this does to the NDA as well and to the AIADMK itself, Sam, because there is a sense that the party is concentrated around Edappadi Palaniswamy's caste vote base in Western Tamil Nadu, and when it loses other caste leaders, there seems to be a hit in the perception for the party. Sumant C. Raman, political analyst, also joins us live right now. Sumant, Vijay has launched his app and is on a membership drive. Edappadi Palaniswamy is on a statewide tour. DMK has launched its membership drive. At this stage, do you see OPS leaving out of the NDA, going out of the NDA, a symbol or a signal that, look, we are going to consolidate with the key players, and that's the AIADMK and Edappadi Palaniswamy, whether it's TTV Dinakaran, whether it is O. Pannirselvam, people who have been antagonistic to EPS have to walk out for the moment?
No, I think OPS going Veera is not a big deal, because he does not command any significant electoral clout, as has been seen multiple times. The second part, of course, is that such a senior person who claimed that he should be heading the AIADMK, now going over to virtually to the DMK side, is betrayal of the highest order, because the AIADMK's entire politics is on anti-DMK. So today you go and join with the DMK. I think that for all practical purposes, that sort of puts an end to a serious political role for Mr. OPS. It's also a measure of his desperation. The key part now is that the winner from today's meeting of OPS with Mr. Stalin is TTV Dinakaran. Because Dinakaran, as a Mukulator leader, now becomes absolutely essential to the AIADMK BJP combined. They don't have a Mukulator leader. Of course, Mr. Nayanar Nagendran, state BJP chief, is from that community. But beyond that, in the AIADMK or its allies, they do require a Mukulator leader. OPS was one.
But Sumant, But Sumant, the fact is, and this is to both you and Sam, that Edappadi Palaniswamy's antagonism to whether it is TTV Dinakaran or to O. Pannirselvam or to the Sasikala camp is more than obvious. Given that,
I don't think he has got much of a choice now, Veera. I don't think that the choice is available anymore. He needs to sign up with Mr. Dinakaran. Then Mr. Dinakaran has made it very clear. He says, we are in the NDA and AIADMK has come and joined us. So the question of him leaving the NDA does not arise.
Okay.
And I don't think that it makes any sense on the part of Mr. Edappadi Palaniswamy to have delusions of grandeur. Look, if he does not win the 2026 assembly elections, Mr. Edappadi Palaniswamy's leadership of the AIADMK is over. There is not an iota of doubt about that. Even if they do reasonably well, if they do not come to power, he is, as a leader of AIADMK, he is out. So therefore, the need is to accommodate everyone. if you are going to look at it from an approach. Yeah.
The need is to accommodate everyone, Sumant. But Sam, also earlier in the day, you had Premalata going and meeting MK Stalin. There's a sense of the DMDK also coming into the fold. Let's not forget that coalition in Tamil Nadu is extraordinarily important in terms of arithmetic in an election. Is the DMK vigorously looking at expanding its alliance, Sam?
Looks so. Particularly, they have taken in Kamal Hassan Veeraraghav, and the meeting between Premalata and MK Stalin also assumes significance given the fact that DMDK is disillusioned with AIADMK, particularly after they did not give them a seat for the Rajya Sabha as they claim to have been promised in the past. And this has, in that sense, brightened prospects of at least the DMDK coming to the DMK side, particularly in the context of nobody knows what kind of an impact will Active Vijay make. So the DMK in that sense is not taking any chances, possibly making sure that all possible allies who could go to the EPS camp or AIADMK side,
very briefly,
if they can,
Suman,
they would want to rope in.
Very briefly, I have just the last 30 seconds. Does the DMK have enough seats to share if it has more allies? Because it's already a house full in terms of an alliance.
They are loaded with vitamin M. So it may not necessarily be just seats, Veera, that you know how politics plays out in Tamil Nadu. So it's not just a question of being allocated enough number of seats. So for Mr. Kamal Hassan, for instance, after he joined the alliance, he wasn't given a single seat. He just bargained himself into a Rajya Sabha seat for himself. It was not that the MNM did not contest a single seat in the Lok Sabha elections in 24. So it could be various combinations of various things. For instance, the DMDK.
All sides
DMDK could have been promised a Rajya Sabha seat. EPS has already promised them in 2026. So a Rajya Sabha seat. So the DMK could promise them the same. It's possible.
Many conjunctures there, but every side seems to have a lot of vitamin M that Sumant is referring to, if you know what that means. Sam Daniel also spoke with actor Khushbu Sundar, who's now with the BJP and has been appointed Vice President of the Tamil Nadu BJP. Let's listen into that.
Actor Khushbu Sundar has now been elevated as the Vice President of Tamil Nadu BJP. Joining us now, Khushbu herself. Khushbu, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. What does this recognition mean to you?
It means a lot because I think it has come at the right time. And it came as a huge surprise to me because I wasn't expecting this. So my heartfelt thanks to the Prime Minister, Naddaji, and B.L. Santoshi, and my State President Nainar Nagendran sir for pushing me.
Party is gearing up for the upcoming assembly elections in Tamil Nadu. The word coalition seems to have created so much of friction between the BJP and the AIADMK, with the BJP reiterating that, Mr. EPS saying no. Do you think the alliance will survive?
I'm sure it will. When we're talking about the coalition, when you're talking about alliance, I think it always matters that you have a clear picture, very clear dialogues, because if not today, tomorrow. It's a long-standing relationship. So I think the senior leaders are in talks and everything is in line. So we just look forward to working together.
Mr. OPS has snapped ties with the BJP. Not many parties have allied with you so far. Which are the parties you are still hopeful of?
Those are open to others to come and join us who believe in the good governance of Prime Minister Modi and the BJP. As far as AIADMK is concerned, we have seen when EPS sir was the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, how he has worked for Tamil Nadu.
Your friend Vijay?
No, I think I always say Vijay, more than a friend, he's like a brother to me. He may be on the other side of the fence, but then if his idea is very clear that he wants to defeat DMK, then I think he should be intelligent enough to come and join BJP and AIADMK alliance.
He has called the BJP as his ideological enemy though.
Nobody is a permanent enemy, nobody is a permanent friend when it comes to politics. This is the first lesson given to me by Dr. Kalingar when I joined DMK way back in 2011. So anything can happen, you still have 8 months to go.
When it comes to expanding the BJP's footprint in Tamil Nadu, which is at the moment negligible, do you think it's important the party understands certain unique demands the state makes, be it exemption from NEET?
The rules cannot be bent because you need votes. we are very clear. We are working for the country. We are not working to gain sympathy or gain votes. We completely understand and we want the well-being and the future of our children to be safe and safeguarded. For that, if we have to take strong decisions, and again I say, this policy was brought in by the Congress, not BJP. We think that NEET is the right way to move forward to cut out the quacks what we have in the country.
Khushbu Sundar there reaching out to brother Vijay, who is the big political actor at the moment in Tamil Nadu, the X factor there. We'll keep a close watch on all that's turning in Tamil Nadu in the run-up to that assembly election. But that's all we have time for on the show this evening. News and updates continue right here on NDTV.
This is an urgent appeal from Hope and Homes for Children. Right now, an estimated 5.4 million children around the world are suffering, separated from their families by being placed in orphanages. But the vast majority of them are not orphans at all. Orphanages can expose children to abuse and trafficking. The physical and psychological trauma can last a lifetime. Tabitha was separated from her family for 6 years. Imagine being locked away, separated from the people you love, frightened, alone. You have the power to help get children like Tabitha back to family. Call 0800 472 5218, text FAMILY3 to 88008, or search online for Hope and Homes for Children to give £2 a month. Hope and Homes for Children has been working to stop the institutionalization of children worldwide for over 30 years. Your support can help provide emergency care, trace families, and stop children being placed in loveless orphanages. Please, bring joy to children's lives. Donate today. Thank you.
I think that there's something that's always there that I just need to uncover. Like, I know I'm gonna get there, but I have to be patient with myself. That's probably the scary part for me. And it's okay, like, if you completely pivot and change. You know, you have to be comfortable with that.
Don't put yourself through this! You should be enjoying 2-for-1 cinema tickets every Tuesday or Wednesday with Compare the Market. Simples.
Treat yourself to fast and reliable broadband with PlusNet. With a sweet deal on full fibre 145 for only $25.99 a month. That's plenty of speed for your home. Oh, bent. And no activation fees. That's a plus. A really sweet one. Call us now or visit plus.net for our best price. Offer ends 2nd of July. Oh, go on then.
Get that lucky cow feeling with luckycowbingo.com/bingo, the site that's bursting with beautiful bingo games. That's luckycowbingo.com/bingo.
Vodafone's summer sale is now on. Save £216 with our Unlimited Plus plan. Yours for only £24 per month, helping you stay connected to your friends all summer long. Hurry, offer ends 31st of July. Go online or in-store today. Vodafone.
Get 3's unlimited same value plan, with EU roaming included. And roam like you're at home in the EU, from just £24 a month. Don't miss out. Go unlimited today. Buy now in store or at 3.co.uk today.
With Virgin Media, get smooth, lightning-fast M125 broadband for under £24 a month. And no setup fee. Switching is simple. We'll handle everything for you. Visit virginmedia.com.
No child should suffer the torture of trachoma.
but so many are in pain right now. Nananga's lashes have turned inwards. They rip and tear away at his eyes. Pomelo's sight could be gone forever. He's just 3 years old. Kofanga screams for his mother. His eyes are so infected that he can't even see her. For so many children in the world's poorest countries, trachoma is torture. It's a painful infection often spread by flies, and it's destroying children's eyesight. But it could be stopped if you help today. By calling 0800 038 4926 and giving £1 a week to Sightsavers, you can help make sure children get the treatment they desperately need. You'll help us bring them the medicines and the care that can treat infections. And that means you'll be helping to save children from the torture of trachoma and a life of blindness. Please help us reach them. Call 0800 038 4926. Text C13 to 82727 or go online and give just £1 a week now. Because we need you to help save the sight of children like Nananga. We need you to help save them from the torture of trachoma.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24.
You're on India Matters. Thanks very much for joining us. What a high voltage day and night it's been after Trump dropped his big tariff bombshell. But things have escalated significantly now, and we're expecting what could be a next salvo from Trump. Well, in the meanwhile, the big breaking story now is India has sent out a big message to Trump. Top Minister Piyush Goyal has just told Parliament that India will protect its national interest always and every time, and that is India's priority. Trump, however, in the meantime, has signaled that Modi is his friend and that negotiations are still very much on. The suspense is built now to the question, will Trump cool off? Will he cool it? Will he call back all the belligerence and aggression, or are things about to escalate? Listen to this.
Minister Modi's a friend of mine, but they don't do very much business in terms of business with us. They sell a lot to us, but we don't buy from them. You know why? Because the tariff is so high. They have one of the highest tariffs in the world. Now they're willing to cut it very substantially, but we'll see what happens. We're talking to India now. We'll see what happens. It doesn't matter too much whether we have a deal or whether we charge them a certain tariff, but you'll know at the end of this week.
सरकार हालिया घटनाक्रम से होने वाले प्रभावों का परीक्षण कर रही है। वाणिज्य एवं उद्योग मंत्रालय निर्यातकों और उद्योग सहित सभी हितधारकों से संवाद कर इस विषय पर उनके आकलन की जानकारी ले रहा है। सरकार हमारे किसानों, श्रमिकों, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, उद्यमी, निर्यातकों, सूक्ष्म लघु और मध्यम उद्योगों और उद्योग जगत के सभी हितधारकों के कल्याण की रक्षा और संवर्धन को सर्वोच्च महत्व देती है। हम अपने राष्ट्रीय हितों को सुरक्षित करने और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सभी आवश्यक कदम उठाएंगे।
If you're still recovering from Donald Trump's tariff tantrum last night, where he theatrically declared that the Indian economy is dead, guess who didn't waste a second before picking up that line and running with it? Well, you've guessed correctly, it was Rahul Gandhi. Modi killed the economy, Rahul said on social media, firing a bullet list of points to support his claim. Well, past the usual political rhetoric, Rahul makes 5 big claims now, and as leader of the opposition, his words obviously deserve some attention. So let's slow down and look at the facts. Let's take the claims one at a time and look just a little bit closer. Rahul's big claim number 1, demonetization and a flawed GST, he says, while claiming that the Indian economy is dead and that Modi killed it.
So he says demonetization and a flawed GST. Well, the truth is India's GDP grew 6.4% in financial year 24-25 with projections of 6.3 to 6.8% for this year. GST collections have surged to over 22 lakh crore, up 9.4% year on year. In fact, GST revenue has nearly doubled in the last 5 years. Sure, there's room for growth and corrections, but that sounds to be just the opposite of a broken system with flaws. Now let's come to claim number 2. Assemble in India has failed. He's taking a barb at the whole Make in India flagship project of the Modi government. Well, the truth is India's manufacturing PMI stands at 59.2 in July. Anything above 50 is considered to be good on that scale. Now that is growth territory and the fastest pace since June 2024 according to Standard & Poor's Global. India's manufacturing ambition is gaining global traction and this is across sectors. The fact that Rahul chooses to say assemble as a barb against make in India doesn't hold any water since these numbers wouldn't otherwise exist. Now let's come to claim number 3 from Rahul's tweet where he says MSMEs have been wiped out. Now this is a huge exaggeration because the truth here is MSME exports have tripled between 2020 and 2025, 3.95 lakh crore to 12.39 lakh crore. The number of exporting MSMEs has gone up from 52,000 to over 1.7 lakh. MSMEs now account for over 30% of India's GDP. Does this sound like an ecosystem that's been wiped out, as Rahul Gandhi is claiming? Now let's come to claim number 4 in that exaggerated tweet. He says farmers have been crushed. The truth here is the one thing that's really been crushed is momentum towards agri reforms. Remember the Congress's shameful support of vested interests that derailed the farm laws a few years ago? A movement claimed to be for farmers has only ended up benefiting the rich, leaving those very same poor farmers exactly where they were. On the other hand, farm incomes have grown over 5% annually for the past decade. Farm sector growth is projected at 3.5% in financial year 26. And both the center and states are actively working on distress mitigation programs for farmers. Of course, there is farmer distress in this country. It's a reality. Of course, there are horrible farmer suicides. It's a reality across states, including those ruled by Rahul's own Congress party. But what that requires is not exaggeration and rhetoric. It requires a coordinated acknowledgement of work being done and not these exaggerated claims. And finally, claim number 5, where he says, there are no jobs, the economy is dead. Well, here are the facts. From 2016 to 2023, 170 million jobs were added, a 36% rise in employment levels. The job market is projected to grow 9% in 2025, and the IT sector is seeing a 15% hiring bump. Is there underemployment? Is there an unemployment issue? Of course there is. But is this an exaggerated claim to say there are no jobs? Yes, absolutely. No jobs is a political exaggeration and it is also irresponsible, especially if it's being used on the back of a comment made by a temperamental, tantrum-throwing American president. So here's the bottom line tonight, viewer. When Donald Trump threw a grenade saying the Indian economy is dead and I don't care about it, it's peculiar how quickly Rahul Gandhi picked it up. But when you look past the noise, past the tweets and half-truths, even the slightest of data tells, as you can see, a very different story, because none of this is my opinion. This is all fact. Does the economy have problems in India? Undoubtedly it does. Is there room for vast improvement? 100%. Are there issues that need urgent attention? Absolutely. Who's denying it? But is India's economy dead? Well, I've just demonstrated that it isn't. In fact, Rahul Gandhi is being opposed even by prominent members of his own party when he says the Indian economy is dead and trumpets what the US president has used to attack India. Take a look for yourself.
Everybody knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy. I'm glad that President Trump has stated a fact. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज अ डेड इकोनॉमी और बीजेपी ने इकोनॉमी को खत्म कर दिया है. फॉरेन मिनिस्टर भाषण करते हैं, वी हैव ए जीनियस फॉरेन पॉलिसी. ठीक है, एक तरफ अमेरिका आपको गाली दे रहा है, दूसरी तरफ चाइना आपके पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, तीसरी तरफ जब आप पूरी दुनिया में डेलीगेशन भेजते हैं तो पाकिस्तान को एक भी देश कंडेम नहीं करता है।
It may be just a bargaining tactic. As you know, the trade negotiations are still going on. And therefore, there is a possibility that in the course of negotiations, this may come down. I wish our negotiators good luck and good courage, because we can't afford to buckle under. We have to keep our national interests as number one in our mind. If it doesn't, it will certainly damage our exports, because America is a very big market for us. I think our exports alone are $87–90 billion.
So the Indian economy is dead, says Rahul Gandhi, echoing what President Trump had just said, over-enthusiastically embracing a claim that I've just demonstrated is just the opposite of what the reality really is. Ashok Malik, partner and chair with the Asia Group, one of India's best-known commentators, is with me live. Rajat Sethi, political analyst, best-selling author, also with me. Good evening to the both of you. Thank you very much for your time. Ashok Malik, I want to kick it off with you. You know, obviously, political language, has its place. These things can happen, especially when Parliament is in session, emotions are running high. But the things that Rahul Gandhi has said, the alacrity with which he has picked up Trump's barb saying the Indian economy is dead, what did you make of it?
Look, there are two things here. One, of course, the economy is not dead. The economy has never been dead. The Indian economy is a vibrant economy, even at the worst of times. Currently, it's the world's fastest growing large economy at about 6.5% or thereabouts. Can it grow faster? Can it do better? Can there be more reforms? All of that is taken for granted. That all of that can happen. But with all these problems, it's still kicking in a very good growth rate compared to the rest of the world in a fairly low growth global economy. But quite apart from that everyone knows that's a ridiculous point. Quite apart from that, in the past few weeks, not just yesterday, but past few weeks, there have been a series of comments from the US president that have frankly started to irritate public opinion in India.
Yeah.
And something more than irritate, perhaps even anger. His throwaway remarks about India and Pakistan, about the dead economy yesterday, about you can buy oil from Pakistan, all of that. Okay, this is amounting to, quite honestly, bullying. I heard Shashi Tharoor say it's a bargaining tactic. It might well be, but there is a limit to bargaining, where bargaining turns to very undignified bullying.
Yeah.
And I fear some of the rhetoric in recent days is crossing that. I don't know how it suits the leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, irrespective of party, to embrace President Trump's lines and say he's right. Of course, he's right. I welcome it. How is it politically useful or judicious at this point? Because it flies in the face of not just the government's views, public opinion in India. So I really fail to understand what he said and why he said it.
Rajat, what did you think? It only took a few hours for Rahul Gandhi to sort of pick up that very sort of provocative comment from Donald Trump. I know you weren't surprised by it. It was something that you would expect to happen in the current political atmosphere. But what did you think of it? I've just put out a very comprehensive sort of fact check of the many things he said. But your view, Rajat?
Hi, Shiv. Good to be on your show. The single biggest stark thing that came out of that statement that Rahul Gandhi made was putting death and India in one sentence. That is something which is so unpalatable for any nationalist. You can go out, criticize as much as you can, but don't put death and India on one sentence. That is unbecoming. That just shows that you are an absolutely despicable leader. You can do your politics and you have the full right to do your politics, but keep your nation's interest paramount. With this sentence and with the smirky remarks that he gave outside the parliament, it just felt like he's enjoying some kind of a sadistic pleasure when somebody is calling India dead or India's economy dead. That is what I sensed. And as a young, nationalist voice that I consider myself, I've dedicated my life to building for this country. I just feel this person does not represent me. And I'm sure that this person does not represent thousands and millions of youngsters who are striving hard to make this India great, make our country great.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it there, because beyond political rhetoric there, I don't see any merit whatsoever in what he is.
Because, Ashok, the sort of exaggerated words of an intemperate US president seem to feed right into what Rahul Gandhi has always been trying to say, that, everything is a mess in India, it's a nightmare situation. And he may have sort of misread the room, as you hinted at. Why do you think that is? I mean, is the political atmosphere really that desperate that someone would pick up something that Trump says in the middle of a hard bargaining situation to make a political point?
If you look at what Trump has said yesterday, it's not just an attack on the Narendra Modi government. When he says that, India has bought weapons from defense platforms, as you know, from Russia for many years, there's a history to that. We are trying our best to diversify from Russia, and not just this government, even the previous government, right? To be fair, the Congress government also, right? Second, there's a history to why we buy weapons from Russia. It goes back to the 60s. It goes back to an era when the Congress was in power. Various governments have experienced an embargo, and because of which we had to turn to Russia. And Russia established a near monopoly. There's a history to that. He knows that as well as, it's not that Narendra Modi started buying weapons from Russia. It's happened with many governments. There's a certain history to that. There's a certain reason why India has acted the way it has over the years. And to side with that rhetoric unthinkingly for any Indian politician, frankly, if the Congress were in power today and the BJP politician were saying what Rahul Gandhi is saying, I'd criticize him or her as well. And you're just not reading the public mood today. The public mood is not anti-American at all. But there is irritation with some of President Trump's throwaway lines and his overall posture in this negotiation. There certainly is.
This inability to read the room, and the public mood is certainly not anti-American, but I agree completely with what Ashok says, that in the last couple of weeks, Rajat, people have been wondering, hey, what the hell is going on? Is this, so far we've normalized this as, Arey, Trump to aisa hi hai. He's a volatile figure. He's unpredictable. We've normalized that kind of belligerent behavior. But to see a mainstream politician, no less than the leader of the opposition, kind of take it as gospel fact, especially when there is a clear context to what is happening. You heard even Shashi Tharoor kind of, put that context, saying that, America is not the only one and there is a bargain going on. What does that tell you about Rahul Gandhi specifically and the state of the Congress party in general?
Well, first thing first, I believe that, and I was part of certain studies, public confidence and public perception on US-India relationship is at rock bottom. We are seeing that the numbers are under 20% who approve of US-India relationship. So, US and India and some of the prominent stakeholders on both the sides have spent decades to cement the relationship and sort of craft the common grounds between the two countries. And within a blink, both Donald Trump and his current White House seems to have, put things on flame. And that is really unfortunate. And a lot of rebuilding will have to be done post Donald Trump. If it happens or it doesn't happen, that time will tell. But what reflects badly on Rahul Gandhi here is that, see, today Donald Trump is there, tomorrow he won't be there. If you want to seriously project yourself as a leader in whose heart country's interests are paramount, you would come out with constructive agendas. You have certain state governments, by the way, where Congress party is ruling. What alternate model of governance have you shown before you come out and make a commentary on India's economy being dead? You have two of the fastest growing states, both Telangana and Karnataka, under your realm. And what has happened in Bangalore, currently I'm sitting in Bangalore, the state of affairs in this city is absolutely unbearable. What have you done there? Have you gone to Bangalore and tried and sat together with the deputy CM and the CM, who are always at loggerhead, and they have completely done away with the governance issues here? Have you sat with them and tried to address some of these issues? My problem with Rahul Gandhi is fundamental. So far, over the last 10 years or so, he has never shown to the public that here is an alternate model. I'll criticize the government, but this is what I stand for. Why don't you come out with an alternate thought process which can motivate us, which can lit up our imagination? Because this person is hollow from inside. He's bankrupted on ideas. He doesn't know what it takes to build an economy and to progress an economy. Had he had those ideas, he would have been advising both Revanth Reddy and the Karnataka government.
I'm just wondering, if Trump, and it's very possible with a guy like Trump, He puts out a Truth Social post tomorrow praising India and saying glowing, nice, flowery things about India. You know, what happens then to the political conversation? We all know that's very possible, but I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Ashok Malik and Rajat Sethi, for joining me on story number 1 here on India Matters. We've got some breaking news coming in right now. Okay, we now know, ironically, that a big India-US defense deal has just been concluded. Hindustan Aeronautics Limited has just informed the stock markets that it has concluded a deal with United States defense company General Electric for fighter aircraft engines. So US engines for the Indian Air Force's next fighter that's currently under development, the Tejas Mark II fighter. HAL, that's Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, has unveiled this US jet engine pact. It's worth about $1 billion for US General Electric F414 engines for the Tejas Mark II fighter. The pictures of the aircraft you see here are the Mark I, because the Mark II doesn't exist just yet. That is an aircraft that will be coming in the future. Incidentally, the Mark I is also powered by GE F404 engines, which is a slightly smaller engine than the one that has just been concluded in a deal. So ironic, while you've got Trump aggressively combating India on tariffs, HAL has signed a big defense deal with the United States. But that's how diplomacy works. Now let me show you, viewer, just how much US weaponry actually exists in the Indian military. Now, this big deal has been signed between HAL and GE, but did you know that the Indian military uses a large number of US-built weapons? Let's take a look at that comprehensive list. AH-64 Apache combat helicopters with the Air Force and now with the Indian Army. You've got the Chinook heavy transport helicopters with the Indian Air Force. Then you've got the C-130J Super Hercules transport aircraft with the Indian Air Force. You've got the C-17 Globemaster III Super Heavy Strategic Airlift Transport aircraft, which are stationed in the Hindon Air Base near Delhi, also with the Indian Air Force. Recently, the Indian Navy acquired the MH-60 Romeo Seahawk naval submarine hunting helicopters. The Navy has already been an operator for a long time of the P-8I Poseidon patrol and anti-submarine warfare aircraft that are situated in bases in South India. Then you've got the S-61 Sea King anti-submarine warfare and multi-role helicopters, also of American origin. We've got 2 under lease, the MQ-9B Sea Guardian armed drones with the Indian Navy right now, with 21 to be acquired very soon. The deal has already been signed. These are armed drones. The F414 turbofan fighter engines and the F404 turbofan fighter engines are the deals that have just been signed right now. Then you've got the AGM-114 Hellfire anti-tank missiles that come with our helicopters. There's the WGU-59 air-to-surface rockets that come on the Apache helicopters. You've got Stinger portable air-to-air missiles that are there on the Apache helicopters of the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army. The GBU-97 guided bombs are American origin. They exist with the Indian military. The JDAM, which is a joint direct attack munition precision guided bombs, exist with the Indian military. The GBU-39 guided glide bombs are part of the Indian military arsenal. The Mark 54 anti-submarine warfare torpedoes are present on certain Indian ships. Harpoon anti-ship missiles are currently wielded by both P-8 and Jaguar aircraft. INS Jalashwa, which is a warship of the Indian Navy, did you know? It happens to be of US origin. It's an amphibious assault ship. Firefinder counter-artillery and counter-battery radars are one of the first American military hardwares that we bought. The M777 towed 155mm howitzer, the M982 Excalibur guided artillery shells, and finally Sig Sauer SIG-76 assault rifles for the Indian infantry. 23 items. Did you know the list was this long? That is every bit of major American weaponry, aircraft, and military hardware that is inside India's inventory. Which brings me to the big question over whether this is really a safe thing. Look at what Trump said in his tweet last night. He says they have always bought a vast amount of weaponry and military hardware from Russia. This is Trump attacking India and basically poo-pooing us for saying that we buy all of our equipment mostly from Russia. America is not very far behind, and that may be the reason why Trump is not very happy. Well, these are the big questions that I'm asking in that case. In this atmosphere where we're dealing with a temperamental, unpredictable US president, and we are saddled with so much American military hardware in India, is that a risk for us? What if the Indian military is hostage to the political whims of a person like Trump should Operation Sindoor be revived? Can India afford unpredictability in its defense supply? I've just told you how much American equipment we have in our military. Trump's tantrum reinforces the Make in India push, doesn't it? It basically validates the very idea that we need to get our weapons from here and not get them from abroad where somebody can control it. It's a timely reminder to double down on Atmanirbharta, doesn't it? Trump pressure tactics could affect the defense trade as well. For someone like him who keeps changing his mind, says whatever he likes,